then the like the TGIF guidelines isn't separate from the TGIF Student Support Fund presentation, like that's the same presentation, but then TGIF guidelines could just be a consent item later.
Yes.
Okay, under new business? Great, thanks. Striking arc and bag.
Can we strike capital contingency too, please? Thank you.
Striking capital contingency.
As well as
and
SFF.
SWC programming
Sorry.
and SFF.
Thank you.
Any other amendments?
Naomi, I believe you wanted to add surplus. Did you want to add that as a special presentation or new business?
Actually, as a special presentation, because I think Roy's here. Oh,
Great. I'll add it after you see it at the table.
okay. Can we also add the discussion item? Jong is going to officially give us his announcement during public comment, but I also want to add a discussion item so council can know going forward what our tasks will be. So can we add that as a discussion item, Emily?
Yes. Do any folks want to give a spoken report today? Zuleika? Great. I'll just say that you're
Okay.
doing spoken handwritten.
Any other amendments? Okay. If there are no other amendments, can I get a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Second.
Okay. Sachi motions, Jonathan seconds. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to see. My iPad isn't working. Okay. Cool. IDP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 1?
Yes.
Wait, technically, Dr. Geller, would he still vote?
Since he sent out the letter to all of council, no.
Okay. Okay. John, we won't count your vote, okay? Okay, Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
BAC,
Sorry, yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC.
Yes.
I think you put yes, right? Or you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay. TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, all of council's here. This is kind of awesome. By a vote of 13 to 0, the motion passes and the agenda is approved for this week. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to approval of the minutes. Can we get a motion for that?
I think it was January 4th. I motion to approve the minutes for January 4th.
I second.
I think it was January 5th.
Oh, yikes. I motion to approve the minutes for January 5th.
I second.
Reads motions, Alice seconds. IVP,
Yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
EC,
Yes.
TAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes. Sorry.
FAC.
Yes, you said FAC.
Yeah. Okay. FSC,
Abstain?
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 12 to 0 the motion passes and the minutes from January 5th are approved. Thanks, everyone. Moving on to public comment. So public comment is an opportunity for folks to be able to speak to the council. Public comment should be no longer than 2 minutes. Reminder to use gender inclusive language. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom from accountability. And if you'd like to give public comment, just use the raise hand feature. And then what we'll do is we'll promote you to be a panelist. And then when you get to be a panelist, please raise your hand again because we might lose you. So we can start from folks that are already within. Let's start with Hannah.
Hello, I just wanted to come talk to you guys today about OSAC and allocation year. So in light of the closure of Kirkhoff for a full school year, as well as the need to keep students and faculty safe at this time, OSAC has decided to move the allocation period to the 2021 to 2022 school year. Student orgs lost out on the ability to use their space for a full year, so it only seems fair that they get more time in their spaces. As well, it is currently unsafe for student orgs to move in and out of their offices, which is required during allocation periods. Hopefully the situation will be different in the fall and student orgs can return. Finally, I think it's best for future chairs to have a full year of learning the role before having to make allocation decisions. So for the rest of this year, OSAC will instead focus our attention on creating community development resources, student org outreach, and establishing OSAC's online presence. If you have any questions or concerns about this, please email me at osac@asucla.edu. I'll drop that in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah, for those updates. Quinn.
Hi, so I know you're discussing the surplus today, so I wanted to try to express my opinion on this issue. I pay about $300 or so every year for USAC related things, and I expect that money to be used in ways that benefit me. And when the surplus carries over to the next year, it means that I'm literally just giving money to freshmen who didn't contribute anything at all, and all the seniors, they just have to lose it all, and they won't get anything. And now with COVID-19, we have even less programming and less services. And then we hear about misuses of funds and whatnot. So my conclusion is if USAC isn't doing anything for me with that money, then the best place for that money should be for it to be in my pocket, and not just in mine, but the pocket of every student. So I ask you today, will you commit to returning the surplus to students?
Thank you, Quinn. And moving on to our last round of public comment, our last person, we have Jong.
Hello, everyone. I'd just like to announce that I'm not going to be taking this, I'll be declaring non-attendance for this quarter because of financial reasons and also to work on a personal project. And that means that I'd have to resign from my position as General Representative 1 since I wouldn't be no longer be eligible for the office. So that's what I'm doing.
Thank you, John. Okay. Would anyone else like to give public comment? Going once, twice. Okay, that concludes this round of public comments. Thank you all. We are finishing at 7:15. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have contingency programming. David?
Hi, everyone. So this week we had a total amount requested of $2,795.64, and the total amount recommended is $2,744.71. And these are to 6 non-USAC entities. And let me drop the number in the chat real quick.
I motion to approve the allocation of $2,744.71 to 6 non-USAC entities.
I second.
Sachi motions, Zuleika seconds. Awesome. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
FAC?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes and the contingency allocations are approved for this week. Moving on to ASRF allocations. Breeze, I think that's you.
Sorry, yeah. In and out right now. I was actually gonna strike both of my funds. I'm sorry.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, I came a little late. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. TGIF.
No allocations, but wanted to give the public a reminder that applications for mini and main fund are due this Friday, up to either $1,000 or $10,000. And then also that TGIF is hiring 3 student positions. I'll drop the application link in the chat, but those applications.
Wait, can you say that last part one more time?
Sorry, did I cut out? I said that we're hiring 3 student positions, social media, graphic design, and outreach, and I'll drop the link to those applications in the chat. Oh, and they're due tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you, Sachi. Cool. Okay. Moving on to special presentations, we have TGIF Student Support Fund. So go ahead again, Sachi.
If they're not already promoted, can you promote Cheryl, Sean, Elizabeth, Kristen?
I'm looking. Oh, sorry. I'm looking in the attendees list right now, and I don't see any of them.
Okay, then we'll just start. I think Cheryl and I are here, so we can kind of start with the presentation.
Let
Hold
me
it.
let you. Oh no, you're good.
Cool. Cheryl, what are the odds that you can screen share, just because my Wi-Fi is like not great and I don't want to get cut out?
Yeah, I have everything pulled up. Let me just. Okay. All right, so hi everyone. Thank you guys for your time. I'm gonna try to make this quick. I know you have a lot of agenda items. My name is Cheryl. I am on the TGIF student committee, and Sachi and I are kind of gonna introduce for you guys the Student Support Fund, which TGIF is rolling out this week. So just some background on TGIF. I won't read all of the language on here, but you guys will definitely have these slides afterwards if you have any questions. Essentially, TGIF aims to support student sustainability initiatives on campus. And one thing I'm really proud of is that this year we expanded the definition of sustainability to center environmental justice and talk about the intersections of sustainability with a lot of different disciplines that are about accessibility and equity. So you can find that new definition that TGIF like defines sustainability as in the very last slide. Additionally, this year we're rolling out the support fund. So TGIF has like mini fund, main fund, capital infrastructure fund. And this year we saw a lot of need for the support fund. The reason why we need a student support fund is because essentially we are trying to address an issue that exists not only on UCLA, but in the world in sustainability, this very embarrassing fact that sustainability activism is rooted in privilege. It's predominantly wealthy and white people who are in sustainability. A lot of times sustainability work is not accessible, and that is definitely something that should be addressed. One way to do that is to try and compensate students who are putting labor into improving sustainability at UCLA. And that is through this support fund that we are developing. And so another reason why we are hoping to get the support fund is because in the past fall quarter, we got a lot of requests through main fund and mini fund in which like students wanted their support, us to support them for their labor. And so in order to like kind of streamline that, we just decided to make it a very separate fund, ultimately to change the campus culture and make it so that doing work in sustainability is something that you can do while also at least having a little bit of support from TGIF, since that is exactly what we are here for. Eligibility. Again, not going to read all the language, but students who are eligible are ones who are doing any sort of like independent or group organization extracurricular sustainability work that is not paid and they're not getting any class credit for. And then also really want to harp on this point right here, which is the fact that you don't need to be a member of a traditional sustainability organization. You don't have to just be in a club that is like, you know, say like planting trees. You can also be in any other clubs that are furthering what we put in as our definition of sustainability earlier, or be the sustainability officer in a different organization. And so that is kind of how we are going to look at eligibility and then eventually support the students who apply. Logistics of the fund, I believe this is Sachi.
Yeah, so these are the guideline changes that I'll be presenting later, but essentially I'm just adding a section to section 3.2, general requirements for proposed projects. You can read that in red. It basically just kind of puts this fund into the guidelines so that people know that it exists, and then kind of detail some of those eligibility requirements that we just mentioned. And I just want to kind of make it clear that while we are kind of adding this to the guidelines so that it's codified, this support fund fits entirely within the existing guidelines and mission and the original referendum that funds TGIF in the first place. So first off, this year's fund is a pilot project. And so we'll be kind of detailing later all of the mechanisms that we'll be using to evaluate the success of the program and make sure that the funds are utilized correctly. But also we like within the guidelines, which you can kind of see, one of the main highlights is that there's this really strong preference for projects that have a strong student leadership component. And so obviously this is supporting student leadership in probably the most direct way possible. So we again really saw that it fit within the guidelines and furthered the mission of UCLA sustainability.
Okay, and then one thing I'm going to do very quickly is walk you guys through the fund application. It's hopefully going to launch this Friday, and so it's still like not public for anyone to use, but this is like essentially how the student support fund will work. We talk about what it is. We emphasize that it's a pilot project that's going to be like looked over for future years, and then we also look at eligibility, and then we ask them to talk about the project and their role, describe it, as well as the sustainability impact. We also offer either in the form of an honorarium or a UCLA store gift card, the support fund to be allocated towards students. And yes, that is essentially the logistics of the fund. In terms of measuring success and transparency, Sean, I believe, is here if you are interested in taking this slide.
Yeah, I can take this slide. Hi, everyone. My name is Sean. I'm another TGIF committee member. And so I'm just going to go over briefly about how we're going to measure success and how we're basically going to be transparent with this fund. So students will have to log their hours and submit it at the end of the academic year just to ensure that, they're actually doing the work that they're getting paid and compensated for. And we just wanted to emphasize that this is also a pilot project. And so in potential future years, people will have to submit like reflection forms about the impact of their work and the impact of receiving this monetary fund. And also we plan on publicizing this all on the TGIF website and social media in order to just make sure that it's as transparent and visible as possible for students who want to, participate or have partaken in this fund. So actually moving on to the next slide, if someone can move it over. Thank you. We're just going to give some hard deadlines. So I know we kind of just went through this really fast, but we also want you all to know that we've thought this through this entire quarter. In fall quarter, we thought this through and gave you a good timeline. So the application will be released Friday of this week, and then applications will be due week 8 of winter quarter, and then decisions will be week 10 of winter quarter, and then we'll start distributing them in spring quarter, either in the form of a USAC store gift cards, because that's like a really quick way to do so, or as an honorarium, which we also wanted to do like as a note of caution that it'll take like 2 weeks for processing and everything like that. And then for the reflection documentation, we're also going to ask students to submit it, or recipients to submit it from week 6 spring quarter, and then a transparency report by the end of spring quarter, just to give an evaluation of how the pilot program went. So yeah, and then I think that's kind of it for the presentation. If y'all have any questions for us, we're here to answer them. And if you wanted to learn more about us, because we're a cool group of people, you can visit our website. And thank you for listening.
Awesome. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you all for giving that presentation. And y'all are cool. Okay. I guess I only had one question. This would just come from existing TGIF funding, right? Or does it? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, just to clarify that too. So this is just like an additional application. It's the same as like if you were going to apply to mini fund to fund your sustainability project. It's just an additional thing to kind of regulate and have a separate place for people that are applying for support for leadership positions. And also as a committee, we decided that we would kind of allow for up to $75,000 of the TGIF existing fund to go towards this, and we'll kind of evaluate, depending on the amount of applications we get, and depending on the quality of the applications, if that number is a good number come the end of winter quarter. But that's kind of what we wanted to start out with, so that there's still ample funding for all the other projects that people apply for in TGIF.
Awesome. Thank you, Sachi. Does anybody else have any more questions? Okay, well, if not, thank you so much, Sachi. I think this is a really great idea. And if you need help, any help in publicizing, please let us know so we can support that work.
Thank you. And yeah, I want to take 1 second to just shout out the entire TGIF committee. I kid you not, the amount of hours spent debating this and figuring out the logistics of this all fall quarter, long meetings, long retreats, just such a dedicated committee. And I'm really proud of everyone for the work that we've done.
Hey. Can't wait to roll it out. You guys are awesome. Awesome. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to our next item, we have seat at the table initiative. Let me just catch up with. Can we please promote Shania, Mahika, Ozair, and Chitari?
Yes. Naomi, can you repeat the names one more time?
Yeah. I don't want to mess them up. So I'm going to type them.
Okay. I think that should be good.
Awesome. And just so that everyone knows, they're from an org called Men Makudi, but I also want them to just like fully introduce themselves 100% better than I actually can. So I'll just turn it over to you all.
We have our quick little presentation, so I will go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if you see a weird gray box on the screen, because oh, that's not what I meant, because sometimes that's been happening with my Zoom. Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Mahika, and I'm one of the founders of Man Mukti at UCLA. This is an organization that is aimed at advocating for destigmatizing and raising awareness about the mental health needs of the South Asian population. And because mental health is something that is so deeply tied to culture, we felt that this was an important resource to bring on campus to serve the needs of the population and to provide a safe space, and a culturally relevant set of resources so that students at UCLA could benefit from our experiences and the resources that our community has to share. So meeting people where they're at is one of the most fundamental tenets of mental health care. And this is the notion in which most of our work is grounded. We really aim to have this inform our projects, our efforts, and our work in the community, because we really want to cater to the South Asian population in a manner that is culturally specific and relevant to their needs.
Hi everyone, I'm Shania. So Man Mukti is actually a university chapter of a national organization. And like Mahika touched upon, we're aiming to encourage healthy and open dialogue. And we do that through a couple different means, such as grassroots advocacy, research, outreach, and collaboration with other organizations, not only on campus, but in the SoCal community. And like Mahika said, we're pretty much aiming to be a space for healing and open dialogue. And we aim to not treat the South Asian population as a monolith and rather be inclusive of all intersectional and diverse South Asian identities.
Hi guys, my name is Ozair. Our club is divided into 4 committees. So the Campus Outreach Committee works on campus with other organizations and helps to put on events for students. The Community Outreach Committee seeks to establish partnerships with SoCal community organizations and populations, as well as hosting workshops and support circles. The Research Committee conducts South Asian mental health research and needs assessments, as well as working to create a campus resource database. And then the Media Committee disseminates resources and information and helps to link people to treatment and help.
Hi everyone, I'm Chaturi. So some sources of stress that are specific to the South Asian population. We see a lot of cultural stigma in our communities, and a lot of this is reinforced by internally. So it's our own communities that are upholding these stigmas. They can kind of stem from either homeland values that we've carried from our South Asian countries over to the United States, as well as different cultural values. And a lot of this is also influenced by that with immigration of South Asians coming into the US. And this stigma is what prevents people from getting the care that they deserve. So we are going to take a look at a couple of more specific instances of stress. So some of the sources of stress for the South Asian population include cultural pressures of honor and family reputation, relationship violence, immigration, stigma, like Chatri mentioned, racism and discrimination, cultural expectations and standards for success, and the model minority myth. And this last one comes with a little disclaimer because while the model minority myth is really harmful for South Asians, we do also acknowledge that the South Asian community has a relative level of privilege over other communities of color that cannot be ignored. So looking at some of the challenges to care for this population, the first most important barrier is that the South Asian population valorizes endurance and silence. So they're reluctant to report medication or report pain or seek medications, which can be a problem because South Asians will often reach out at their breaking point. And that puts a lot of undue pressure not only on the individual, but also on the healthcare system. So this is something that we want to work to avoid. Secondly, mental health is deeply tied to culture. So there's a need for a culturally responsive provider who can understand the backgrounds, experiences, and perspectives of a South Asian individual. And it's not always appropriate to have providers from outside of this culture. And this can be a barrier that a lot of people see as an obstacle to getting care. Lastly, are just the structural barriers that exist for everyone. Therapy is expensive, insurance doesn't often cover it, it's very time consuming, there may be a lack of family support, and just a general lack of understanding of how to navigate the healthcare system to get the support and care that you need.
All right, and so yeah, so y'all might be wondering kind of how all these overarching concepts kind of manifest at UCLA and how this impacts our South Asian students. So I'm going to show a couple of statistics and data that actually our research committee analyzed coming from the UC Undergraduate Experience Survey, if you've heard of it, which is administered in the spring to summer quarters of 2020. It was administered during that time. And yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so I'll just read off some of these statistics. So 59.6% of South Asian participants reported feeling depressed either sometimes, most of the time, or always in the past month. 29.6% of South Asian participants, and again, these are South Asian students on campus. The entire sample, I think, was around 596 or so. So 29.6% of South Asian participants reported having an emotional or mental health concern or condition. 10% of South Asian participants reported that they never or rarely had someone to confide in or talk to about their problems. And 17.1% of South Asian participants felt not at all confident or only a little confident about knowing how to access counseling and psychological services on campus. And in terms of the COVID-19 impact, which was also a subsection of the UC Undergraduate Experience Survey administered to UCLA students, these are some statistics on South Asian students from that survey. 48.4% of South Asian participants reported being concerned or very concerned about paying bills. And of course, these experiences are not just common to South Asian students. This is a very common experience among all students at UCLA. We also see that 60.8% of South Asian participants reported being very concerned about being isolated from friends. 41.5% of South Asian participants reported being concerned or very concerned about accessing healthcare. 23.6% reported being concerned or very concerned about meeting basic needs. 40.2% reported having additional family care responsibilities due to COVID-19. And then in the middle of the bottom, 23.1% of South Asian participants basically said that they were not graduating, but they were unsure or did not plan to enroll in fall 2020. So of those that were planning to or declared non-attendance, some of the common reasons include financial challenges, health concerns, family responsibilities, and visa and travel concerns or restrictions. And visa and travel concerns and restrictions were definitely a very common theme in the open-ended answers of this survey as well, and a very prevalent issue, especially during COVID-19.
So for the past couple of quarters, one of the projects that we've been working on is starting a peer mentorship program for South Asian students. And this will be structured to address the mental, emotional, social, academic, and personal needs of students in a way that's culturally specific. And we really believe that students should have a solid and easily accessible support system that they can turn to should they be experiencing any sort of problems. And specifically in the South Asian community, there exist structural barriers and a cultural stigma against seeking mental and emotional help. So we hope that by creating a program where both mentees and mentors are students, we can help overcome those barriers little by little. And additionally, our mentors will go through trainings provided by campus and mental health professionals, as well as South Asian community leaders.
So this is where y'all come in. How can USAC support us? So we have these like 3 spheres of support that we would appreciate. And one of them, I think this is like one that all like student orgs want: advertisement. We're all competing for a very small slice that is the UCLA student pie attention. And you have a very large platform. So some of the more recent and some of our bigger projects that we started, like Jose was talking about, is our peer mentorship program. And just like getting that out, we see that we don't find the support that South Asians necessarily need. So we're trying to create that ourselves. And this would be something that we'd love to have some more help with spreading the word, as well as some of the workshops and support circles that we put together, and some of our goals and some of our resource compilations that our research and media team have put together. Another one is I also have one more thing I wanted to mention with this. I saw like 2 years ago, I think GenRep 1 had a event with a South Asian, it was like a South Asian picnic kind of thing. I saw it on Facebook randomly. It was really cute. And I think that kind of thing would be kind of wonderful. It's just like a really great way to, I don't know, mingle the South Asian students with USAC and just, yay, hooray. Yes, so I thought that was really wonderful. And then another one is intersectionality. So this is something I think that y'all have been doing a wonderful job with, and we'd love to be like a part of that conversation. Just talking about, I guess, like South Asian specific resources and how do you find support on campus when you don't necessarily find that support at home. And then lastly is representation. So I think like when it comes to topics about mental health, there's always lots of communities that are left out, and you know, we're not unique in that way, but it's something that we would like to address in our own community. For example, I believe Mahika was talking about this with international students, and how there's a lot more struggles, especially now for them to keep up with their classwork when they have to wake up at 3 a.m. to attend. And I think that's something that could be addressed. And I know, I believe in spring quarter, like the Academic Affairs Commission worked to alter finals. So I think it'd be really cool if like we work with them and we work with like international student representative to like help support this demographic of students. And yes, and I just want to like end this very, very long slide just with saying that we alone don't represent the South Asian population. You know, at the end of the day, we are a mental health org first, and our conversations here are going to always serve the mental health needs of South Asians. So, you know, I guess like take whatever we're saying with a grain of salt. And like, for example, just like with having more representation of South Asian voices, whenever, even like I know this, I don't know, from personal experience, I'll see on me trying to like check my demographic or whatever, and it'll give me like Asian American, like South Indian or something. And I'm like, well, it could get a little better than that. So I guess like one example of just representation in general is including like South Asian as a demographic. Yes, that was like a small one. Yes, okay. And that's all I have from this slide over here, unless anyone else has something to add. Thank you very much for listening to us. We really appreciate you for giving your time. And that's all.
Yay. Okay. Yay, thank you so much for presenting. Does anyone from council have any questions or want to make comments? I know that there were some things that were said that people might want to be like, yeah, I want to work with you. Go ahead, Aiden.
Yeah, thank you for that really phenomenal presentation. You know, as a Sri Lankan student on campus, I am really grateful for kind of the perspective that your organization brings, and I really resonated with it and enjoyed it. So thank you for the work you're doing. I know one way in which we can support as the External Vice President's Office is we have our Bruin Advocacy Grant, which provides funding for community building, advocacy, organizing, and really a lot of the work that you do, in my opinion, falls under the definition of advocacy. So any way we can help support financially, and then also through publicity and the other issues that you raised in that final slide, let us know. Really excited about the work you're doing.
Yes, I also just wanted to chime in too. I'm not South Asian, but as a Black woman, I still resonated with a lot of what y'all said. So thank you for that. It's really interesting how inclusive your presentation was, like, and still applying to me. So promise.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys so much for coming to council tonight and giving us this wonderful presentation. And I also, like Aiden, wanted to kind of let you know about Cultural Affairs Commission, and we also have a fund, Arts Restoring Community Fund, and we fund a lot of cultural events and things just to make sure that folks like are able to have access to these to be able to put on programming and stuff. And ARC applications for this quarter close on the 21st, I believe. And so it's definitely worth looking into. This year we expanded the guidelines a bit to also include like bringing in teachers or people to just give talks to the community. So if that's something you're interested in, definitely recommend applying to ARC.
Yay. Justin?
Hello. Apologies for not having my camera on. My Wi-Fi is trash right now. So bear with me. But I think I've seen a few of you at by any chance, do any of y'all know Mizba? Yes, I believe I've been in a meeting with a few of y'all. With the student mental health committee, student cultural mental health committee. Yeah. So she reached out to me actually, and I connected with her. So I think we may already be working together in the future, especially on some research in order to improve CAPS. So I think we'll be seeing some of each other already, but I just want to say thank you for your presentation. Appreciate getting to see like what your org is all about and all that. So yeah, looking forward to working with you.
Yay. And also I dropped my comment too about us being able to help with publicity. That is also what we use our page for. So always feel free to message our page. And Breeze actually put a comment too, just in case y'all want to save the chat and see that. And
I can say real quick, sorry. Yeah, so we also, if you guys are ever interested in doing this sort of presentation, which I think is very valuable because we've had orgs come in into Academic Senate this year. If you guys are interested in just speaking with them at any point in time, just feel free to email me and we can definitely coordinate that. We also have ASRF and TGMF funds, which could be used for like any sort of academic, either that be travel or any academics that you have, like any academic programming related that you want to put on. You can also apply to both those funds. But yes, you feel free to email me at any time. I'm always excited to connect people to Senate.
yeah, great. And then Christina, did you want to add anything too as SWC? We have everyone here.
Sure. Hi. Well, Mukti is in the Student Health Network for SWC, and I think you're presenting our meeting next week. So I hope that you give the same presentation because it was really good. Thank you.
Okay, y'all are already connected. I see that. Great. Awesome. Well, if there's no more questions, I hope y'all are seeing the chat too. Lots of people that are sharing cool information. Thank you all so much for coming out and presenting to us. It was very energizing and much needed. Thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay. Moving on to our next item on the agenda, we have the USAC surplus. So is Roy here? Yes, he is. Okay, cool. So Roy, I just wanted to turn it over to you for some time to be able to talk to us a little bit about what surplus is looking like this year, the process, and maybe giving any recommendations that you have to the council to be able to start thinking through surplus.
Yeah, Okay, well, thank you, Naomi, and good evening, council. So, I mean, the main thing that I would want to share is that, primarily due to, sort of complications, surprise with our COVID impacted world, we're not really able yet to be at the final conclusion point. So, I mean, in some sense, when we get to our final surplus analysis, it really represents finality and final closure of books. So in order to really understand the exact surplus amount, it means the prior year is completely closed and is fully reconciled. And we are still needing to work through just some complications that come from our COVID impacted world. So something I wanted to do at this point, at least to make available to council, is something that's a similar to kind of what we did at the very beginning of fall quarter, which was to make available some monies because council and your offices have certain sort of needs and issues that come up during your term that you would like to have resources to be able to address. And certainly it is our charge to facilitate and make available all the resources possible at any, as soon as we can. And so, I'm a little disappointed that we are at this point, now, and we're in this meeting in early January, and we still are not at the final closure point. So one thing is that the number that I would identify as available for you to act on at your discretion, if you choose at this time, I would say is not really your final surplus. And you can choose to act on the monies you have now, but I would also want you to know that additional surplus or additional unexpended balances will be coming forth later. The trick is I can't yet say exactly how much that is, whether it is quite a bit more or a lot more. It is so at this time, our guidance is that essentially 150,000 we can make available for you to act on at this time at your discretion. Certainly, at least that much again is going to be available in a second tranche. So the question is only, how much more? I do hope to get to more clarity soon. And as soon as I can get to that additional clarity, we bring that forth. And certainly once we get to the point that we feel that we have completely closed the books, I will share that. So there was that question about whether this takes into account fall. So fall's already out of the number. So you spent about 75. So this is on top of that. Okay, so this is an additional piece of money coming available. Also, it's important to recognize, I mean, that means, that's been 225 if you take into account this 125 now. So that's the basic characterization I'd like to give in the larger characterization. I would also like to make sure council's aware that there is another piece of money that is becoming available. So as we know, again, this is characteristic of our COVID impacted world. As soon as, everything needed to go into sort of versions of closing down, ASUCLA applied for and participated in what I think we know in the CARES Act. One of the provisions was what's called the Payroll Protection Program that started out as theoretical loans to many businesses or entities, with the potential that those loans, if certain metrics are met, would become a grant. We have jumped through those things and met those markers, and the loan does become a grant. So some monies are flowing back to council. So in addition to the now 150 from your surplus, there's some monies that are coming to you from ASUCLA getting a PPP grant. So that is 25,000 and a light change, I don't remember the number right now. It might be 25,326 is springing to mind, but it's something like that, 25,000 and some change. That money is, like your surplus, is sort of broadly available for your discretionary use. So there's also another opportunity I want us to think through, which is a third opportunity. Paria, our executive director, and I were approached by WESCOM, wanting to support students struggling with COVID related challenges, financial sort of challenges. And they asked our guidance on what would the best way be to bring that support to students directly. And our guidance to them really was, we think what we should do is approach the governments, work with the governments to bolster the programs that they may have and that they may be, their reach is so broad, and that it has been part of what the work of the two governments, as USA and GSA, have been. So that is another opportunity to bring a little bit more resources to support all of our efforts. I would say that I would anticipate that for USA that that's going to be something like another $18,000. Again, that would be money that really would be intended by the donor to support COVID students struggling with some financial impact from COVID. Okay, so those are the main things I wanted to outline. I know there were a few questions that flashed by as I was, and I think I can go back to those. And
Freeze about if we're asking for winter and spring.
Are we asking when we ask for both winter and spring? So could you put a finer point on that question?
Yeah, so, last time I had asked just for like the fall quarter. So is this time the discussion for both winter and spring, like knowing if we're going to run a certain programming, right? Like Books for Bruins, for example, it runs both quarters. So would I ask the amount I would need for both quarters? Was my initial question. And then, sorry, another follow-up. I wanted to know, like, for Westcom, I know you talked about there being funding for that too. Is that another application we can look into applying for, or is that through ASUCLA still?
So the Westcom opportunity that I think is really, we just need to have a way to do it. That money is essentially available. We just, there won't be an additional application to Westcom that I need to work with you to orchestrate an application to get that money. As long as working with council, we in SGA and SGS can see that there is a path to identify, to either bolster the programs you have and give additional resources, a way to implement and affect the funds. The funds are available. We will really be able to get those funds, and in fact, those funds can be available to be acted upon quite quickly. So, I mean, if we have something, again, they in and of themselves, they're not so much of a fund that, maybe we would necessarily create a new fund. I mean, I think we might be looking for if there's any efforts that exist to support students. So I think we can come back to that as a question, or maybe identify who the principals are in that. The other question related to winter and spring. So surplus sort of functions just as money that can be used at any point in the fiscal year. I would say that in terms of the two quarters, right now, we feel clear that we could make available 150. I feel very confident that at least that much again can be made available, and perhaps clearly more than that may be able to be made available at a later point that I cannot firmly confirm at this time, so that we can act on it. So that's, I think, the way I would want to characterize it to you. I'm not yet if I had a certainty to that, I would just be saying it now and we would know. My preference is always to let council know the full extent of the resources so you can then make value judgments and prioritization. Certainly this is not my preference of how to do this, to sort of have to come in these sort of stages, and but it is kind of where we are just because of the nature of this year and the way it's unfolding. So I would say, you know, that's up to your judgment, whether you want to apply for your winter aspiration to the monies that we have available now and believe that there's a second piece of money coming available as soon as I can get it to you guys, and that would be your spring quarter. Again, I mean, I hope that's enough guidance that you sort of see where we are. Does that cover you? Okay, and then I think there may have been a subsequent question after that one that either someone can remember what it was or I can look it up. I'm less adept at this stuff than you guys, so I'm fumbling around. If somebody thinks of what the other question is, they can say it while I fumble around looking for it.
I think Emily's question, well, Emily put a question mark next to her like comment. It was more of a comment. I don't know if there was another question. Does anybody have any other questions?
Okay, I think, yeah, Emily's, yes, right. I can see that that's a comment, and then I verify that I would say that perception is exactly right. That like we did in summer, we were saying, look, we're nowhere near having surplus, but I know it'll be at least of X size, and therefore we could expend some amount, again, in order to allow you to be as effective in stewarding the funds as you can be. So it's exactly like that. Normally, in a normal year, we would not be doing that, another round of that same thing. That's a COVID thing that I hope never comes up again. Like we all hope nothing about COVID ever comes up again.
Agreed. Okay. Well, I wanted to know, so Roy, in your opinion, do you have any recommendations on how council should go about like thinking through this? I know last year, what had happened was we were made aware that surplus was available around winter, and there was time to gather proposals and then come back week 1, everyone presented. Week 2, I think we presented again. I can't really remember, it's fuzzy. And then week 3, we voted. That timeline was about 8 weeks, and we don't necessarily have that time anymore. So what do you recommend our next steps being, or where do you see us going from here?
Well, so yeah, I think it's good, you know, Naomi and Emily and everybody that has brought this question forward and made sure we're talking about it, at least by now. I think that is a good approach to this, because what we need to do is let everybody sort of know now's the time to start forming those plans. We can know that minimally there is, you know, this substantial sum of money that, you know, a number of things could be funded with that. It could easily be that by the time you have interacted with each other, proposed to each other your ideas, had a little bit of debate, I would hope that perhaps by that point I can actually be clearer that the available monies are even larger. But 150 is certainly enough for you to be thinking about how to expend it. Often what you have to do is make a choice, have to make priority decisions as to there's all these things, but there's only this amount of money. So where are we going to put the money? So certainly that would be my goal as you begin to form your plans and advocate to each other, that as we get to the decision point, that it'll be clear that there are even additional funds available. And when you're actually doing your prioritization, that you'll be able to prioritize understanding that larger sum. So I think that you're right to be introducing the subject for us to begin to think about it, and for everyone who's interested in being involved in lobbying each other for proper usage, that begin now, and that hopefully I can bring even clearer and additional funds are available when you're making your decisions.
Zuleika? Thank you, Roy.
Yeah, thank you, Roy. And this is more like just for clarification. I know that all of council is aware of this, but Roy, can you explain? I know that there is a student who came in here and asked about whether the funds can go back to the students' pockets. As looking into the attendees, it looks like the student has left, but if you could explain how and why this is, I guess, not possible if it isn't.
Well, let me make a couple comments. My first comment, let me start with by saying, and this is not to agree or disagree with anybody's observation, but rather to inform the body as to sort of how this all works. So one thing I want to speak to is the notion of, because it's a really valid idea to bring up, the idea that money is collected from you all this year, and then some of you, and then money, if it goes into next year, some of you left. So your money got collected, and then you left, and then what happened to the money you contributed to that pot? So, I mean, that's a really valid, thing to express concern about. And that is a essentially correct understanding that surplus, when it bridges into the next year, some of the people that paid it left. One thing I would say though is that there's also an opposite side of that balance, which is that this set of students also will have received surplus from the prior set of students. So in some ways there's an offset. Now they're not always exactly equal because they are a bunch of random actions that often accumulate to relatively similar sums. So again, I'm not trying to be too precise, but I am just saying, I would like everybody to understand that there is some balance that comes from you inherit a certain amount of surplus to your predecessors and you leave some surplus to your successors, and that there's some balance in that so that there's some justice in that, but it is also, I think, an important understanding of the role of the government and all of your important roles as stewards of the funds to try to find productive uses for the money collected from this group of students and expended on this group of students. And I think it's an important understanding. But also there's a input at the beginning of the year and an output at the end of the year. So, there's some balance in that. Now, the notion of, returning has some complications. There is a tremendous amount of administrative work that goes into collecting, dispersing, managing funds. And, one thing I would say, I wouldn't want to discount any observations, as it as always would be with the governments, that we should entertain ideas and test them and see whether they could work. There is a significant, what one wouldn't want to do is expend an amount of money to try to take an administrative action. What we would see is that, the governments, a lot of what you guys have done and last year's council did as the crisis unfolded, was to find appropriate uses. And that's part of what your charge is, to find usage that are appropriate in this current context to support the student community. And so the amounts of money that, and this is part of why I can't quite get to the final answer for you in terms of your surplus quite yet, because we're still analyzing the fullness of utility or the fullness of usage of the funds, and how that relates to what normal usually looks like when we're not in a COVID crisis. But relative to the scale of funds that you all, that it costs for you all to attend this university, the fees that flow through USAC and that might be residing at the end of the year, I think we need to look at a cost benefit analysis as to whether the effort to cut that many redistributions or refund, flowing monies back, balances versus finding a productive use now, right? So that can be a choice, right? Can you find a way to use funds that are unexpended for the benefit of the body versus finding a way to flow that money back? That's a value judgment that, again, I think that I would want to invest into the council debate, review, and to make a judgment about. And I think there's an important role for council in that choice.
Thank you for clarifying, Roy. No, that was perfect. Thank you for clarifying. This is a really important conversation that we are obviously having right now, but I just think it's really important that the student body is informed on these conversations and how surplus works. So thank you for that.
Yes, okay.
Awesome. Thank you again, Roy. So, Bacher?
Hi, yeah, so yeah, thank you for clarifying the last point. But like one thing I'm curious about is when students give the fee, most of the fees that we pay are like for specific reasons, like they were voted and by previous students for specific use. And so it is like, giving your consent to pay certain amount of money for certain use. But then when it goes to surplus, basically it is in a way an amount that is open for like any use that council sees fitting, which is fine. But like it kind of contradicts the basics of how this fee was collected. It was collected for a purpose, and then now when it's in surplus, it could be used in other ways. So I think that like that in itself might be problematic. Another thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I do remember reading an email, but like I can't find it right now, about returning some of the fees. I don't know. I think it was sent during summer, but like I'm not sure about like the details of that. Um, so if you know anything about it.
Well, so I would say, I think the observation about redirection of funds, or once they become surplus, I think is a good point that you bring up, and I think it is something that council, I think, should bear in mind as it makes judgments as to how to ensure the funds, when they're expending surplus funds, find a path to a productive purpose supporting the student body, and should really bear in mind the notion that there are some parameters of good or of what is of benefit to the community. They should be part of what informs your discussion and decision making. But in a lot of ways, the council, as it sits, it represents this representative democracy, as so much of our society is involved in, and sometimes in terms of the finer detail, we must invest in elected officials who represent our values, who then will make some of these finer point judgments, and that is sort of the nature of a reasonable balance of everybody can't decide everything, and so sometimes we invest, try to evaluate individuals based on our values. Do they comport with our values? Do they not? And I think the body that you guys represent is that thing. So this judgment has been invested in you. But on the other question of the thing I think you were referring to from earlier, I would say that I think is still being worked through in terms of whether there is a realistic solution in that somewhere. And that answer is still not entirely clear. And that is, one of the reasons that there are some sort of complications in getting to finality, of making sure what are the available reasonable solutions to this aspect of the distortion of our norms that the COVID pandemic has brought about, and exactly how we deal with this, relative to what's happening in our world, this minor aspect of this larger crisis. So yes, that I think is something that's in play. In some ways, it involves more than council. It involves a larger conversation. I would anticipate if there's anything along those lines that something would be brought before council as part of a judgment, perhaps that may be made. But I don't really have any more clear information on that at this time.
Thank you, Roy. I also just wanted to say too, I feel like this is important for like the student body to know too, but the money that is involved, that is in surplus, isn't just money from always last year. Like sometimes surplus rolls over from like monies that weren't used in previous years. And I think that that's something that should be acknowledged too, that when we're talking about monies that should be like given back in any sort of way, we should also recognize that I think it's a lot more complex and complicated than just everyone getting back their $5 and some change, because like there are freshmen here too that did not pay into the surplus that would be rolling over from the year prior to the one that they were here for. So just also wanted to clarify that too, that those are misconceptions that I think that we as council members should really be aware of in trying to educate others when they don't necessarily know that, especially because we're privy to a lot of this information.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's absolutely right, Naomi, and also, much of the year had already unfolded when the crisis hit. It certainly hit, important parts of last school year that I think are really unfortunate. The end of the year and commencement and things, but a lot of that year did already unfold. So, and that's why there's still complications as we really review carefully everything from last year, including these financials.
Thank you. So let's go. I wanted to quickly call on Yiju. She's here from like the CPC and CAC bodies, the funding bodies, and wanted her to give space for her to talk about what they did last year with the $100,000 that they donated to COVID relief. Yiju, go ahead.
Thanks, Naomi. So yeah, I wasn't prepared to speak today, but I'll do my best to sort of summarize what we did last year and what we hope to do this year, because this year we found ourselves in a position of having $150,000 in surplus funds. And these are monies that haven't been used, obviously, by a lot of our community service organizations this year. And we have a proposal, but just to give you a quick glimpse onto what we did last year, I'm wondering if I could share my screen. Okay. So this is a breakdown of what we did last year. A lot of our monies from our committee is funded by the USAC referendum funds. And thankfully the council then was able to approve pretty quickly surplus funds into these different bodies. And so this is our allocation primarily from the referendum funds, the CPO Basic Needs Gift Cards Program, the BRC, the ECRT, and so on and so forth. And we have our USAC offices here as well. And so we did that in spring of 2020. I wasn't on the committee then, but I did make this report. And then these particular offices had really great detailed reports about the students that they serviced from that surplus. And so we are thinking of doing something similar this year. Our committees have, let me pull up, agreed that we want to particularly service students in need when we have a particular demographic that we're thinking about. But obviously, it's imperfect and we're willing to listen in on the needs of the community. So the presentations today were great, and I'd be willing to listen in on more proposals, but ultimately it's up to the council to vote on these referendum funds belong to USAC. And so these are just our proposals, our humble proposals. And yeah, if you have any questions about that process, let me know. I'll try to answer, but we're looking at something similar for this winter and spring quarter.
If Naomi, if I may add to, or can riff off of what was just said?
Of course.
Um, I mean, I think that's a very timely observation that you've orchestrated and on the spot did very well. Because that is an important thing to recognize, that is something that has led to, were it not for some of those actions last year, the surpluses would be larger numbers. But what happened was that the governments and these other committees were very responsive in the moment to the struggles of the students that were suddenly thrown into all of these challenges. And as we may recall, there also was an allocation. I think that the programs and the methodology was so effective that significant monies, it's not coming to mind exactly to me right now how much it was, but some monies from the CARES Act were directed from the administration to the two governments, USA and GSA, to partner with funds, student funds that were identified for COVID crisis relief. So, it was a partnership to address the crisis of the moment. And that's one of the characteristics of that whole period that we're kind of reviewing and are part of the economics that we are now, or the financials that we are now bringing to closure. There was a lot of activity and work done, starting with last year's teams, and then this year, I know it was Noah's office and was it Christina's office, doing a lot of work reviewing applications, and so that's one of the things that's part of the story of how we got to now, and surplus or whatever is unexpended coming out of that is all part of a continuation of some of these stories and how you all choose to move forward. Is all part of a continuation of this ongoing crisis that we hope we're going to start to snuff out and tamp down and move past.
Awesome. Okay, so we'll go Aiden, Justin, and then if anyone has any more questions, please put yourself in the queue. Go ahead, Aiden.
Yeah, thank you so much, Roy, for going over this. I think it's a really helpful overview as we're weighing this decision. I was just wondering kind of on the mechanics of what we can think of in proposals. I know I took it to my office that surplus was coming up, if anybody had any ideas. And one that we got was around not just investing in the students of right now, but the students of the future. And is there a way that we could kind of endow a scholarship? Is that a possibility on the table? For surplus funds, putting it into the endowment to kind of return a scholarship in perpetuity?
So here's the story on endowments. So USAC has an endowment and has initiated it, and I sort of appreciate you bringing up the subject so I can speak to you about your endowment a little bit, because I think it's something that we should also be aware of. You have an endowment currently called the USAC Student Programming Endowment. It earns monies, and so we have been dispersing. I believe we drew out earnings of 17,000 and change. So those earnings are an opportunity to support student programming without it being from student fees. The council directs through its actions how those funds are utilized, but it cannot use it itself, right? So the endowment, the rules of the endowment is because it sprang from Student Association USA funds, it created the endowment. It can be directed by the council to support something outside the council. So that formula would fit what you described, as long as the earnings of an endowment that derived from council funds were directed by the council to a certain good, that formula works. Now, what I would say about endowments is, in some sense, you've got to get to a pretty large number, in a sense, well, whatever we consider large, before the earnings spin-off is sufficient to support the activity that one wants. Your current endowment, again, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to give you just a rough number of the value of it. It is 550. It's between 550 and $580,000 currently. So that amount will spin off, $12,000 to $14,000 a year. So, that's sufficient perhaps but that's a scale of money. I'm just giving you a sense of scale. One can think of the idea of, something to learn about 5%. So $100,000 will spin off $5,000. So it's something like that. I mean, I think it's a great idea. So if I have my numbers wrong on the fly, we can all correct that later. But I just want to give you the concept of how endowments work, what your range of motion is, what you can direct. So have I answered your question sufficiently?
Yeah, no, I think that's helpful. I guess, so you mentioned that most of the current USAC endowment goes towards programming, correct?
So the purpose of the current, so once you establish an endowment, it is established for a purpose. And the current USAC student programming endowment is for the purpose of supporting essentially student group programming. So it can't necessarily just be repurposed to scholarships for individual students. It can't be repurposed to a different purpose. It's the purpose of the endowment. That's the reason that endowments sort of, exist and get established. They support a concept.
So if we were to say one of the council's proposals that could be funded would be to endow funds that would be restricted for student scholarships, that would be allowed though. New funds. New funds.
Yeah, new funds established for a purpose could fulfill that purpose. Again, what it can't do is just return back money directly to the contributor.
Okay.
But the contributor can direct the usage of the funds outside itself. So
Okay, that answers my question.
We can establish what you're describing.
Perfect. Thank you, Roy.
Okay.
Okay, Justin?
Yeah, thank you. I think it was just some thoughts I was kind of ruminating on throughout this discussion. I guess I was thinking, while I have a lot of I guess a lot of my views do align with the idea of returning money, especially if there isn't a demonstrated purpose of it. Because of a lot of the logistics we've covered so far, and kind of the reality that of the surplus we're working with, sounds like it's going to be about 150K. That amount of money is, in terms of if we were to give it back to students, would be in the amount of a few dollars, which is not I think the promising thing that I don't know. Honestly, I'm a lot more in support personally of creating funds for basic needs, a la rent, textbooks, a la food, and things like that. That's my personal slant. That makes a lot more sense to me. And yeah, I think it is also valid that there is a lot of I guess skepticism about the role of USAC and ASUCA and student governments in the student body. And there are specific instances. I mean, I know with the community programs office, there is some money that not even is being spent badly or anything. It's just that we don't know where it's going, and that's the reality. I would like to point out maybe to the student body that we are working with crumbs, even with CPO. I mean, a big, our former UC president got caught with a multi-million-dollar slush fund during her tenure. So I think these things are important to put in perspective. But yeah, I personally am more in favor of redistribution efforts in terms of food, rent, and other basic needs in some way, and figuring out as a council how we could best roll that out. I know Noe, with his FSC's COVID grant, that was a lot of technology too. Yeah, really important during COVID. It was a lot of logistics. I believe as council we have more of an ability to kind of think of USAC's COVID relief grant. Yes, it was, and we all gave money to it, but yeah, that's valid. No, I will say your office definitely took on like a lot of the burden. And my thought is like perhaps we could yeah, and SWC has the basic needs fund right now that is super awesome. I think my just thought was that our collective offices could potentially give a little bit more of the help this time around, maybe. Yeah, last thought, maybe, and this was the last question, sort of for Roy, um, about how exact. So, is the endowment currently in a portfolio accumulating money? Is it like invested in some way, or I guess I hadn't heard of the endowment, and I'm actually curious about it.
The endowment is an endowment that is placed at the UCLA Foundation, and is invested, according to their investment criteria. The purpose of earnings, as I say, is directed by council to support student group programming. So currently, it's going to spin off, $12,000 to $16,000 a year of earnings that can be expended each year. I commit that we will give you a clear report of exactly what was funded out of the most recent taking of payout. Just because I think it's great to know that. If I've answered your question.
Yep. Thanks, Roy.
Okay, and our last question, Sachi. Hello. Wait, can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. I think Sachi's just cutting out a little. We can wait for her to come back. In the meantime, while Sachi tries to come back, Promise, did you have another question?
Yeah. I guess I have like a few questions. I
Can
guess
you try
there's
to keep them?
yeah, I'll keep them very short, I guess. I guess the first question is I guess when would we have learned about the endowment, I guess? Because like I know at least for me and a few other officers, like we had no idea that was a thing. Uh, and also like when was this endowment started? Um, and like has it ever been utilized um, at all for the purpose that it's created for?
It definitely has been utilized for the purpose. So for the first, on the fly, I can't remember the exact year, but it has been, I'll just give you the rough story, but I mean, and I will commit that we will come back and give council whatever sort of particulars do relate to it. So inception year was, was something like 6 years ago, or could have been 7 years ago or 5 years ago. Okay, so it's something like that. There was an initial expenditure, and then a few times it was added to. Some of the initial years, the earnings were chosen by council at that time to be reinvested in order to build the endowment up to the point that it would start to spin off more actionable pieces of money. So for the first couple of years, it was reinvested to build it. Aside from letting you know what was funded out of the most recent payout usage, there had been a few years ago when it was a lower value. I think $3,200 was taken out in a year in which there wasn't that as much surplus. So I mean, one thing for you to understand is there's a little bit of it was originally established as a way of managing sort of the ebb and flow of surplus. Sometimes surplus would be really high, and then maybe the next year it would be really low. And the whipsawing would throw off student groups, because all of a sudden a funding body would all of a sudden have shrunk dramatically. and they would come into council and say, well, why are you cutting our funds? And it wasn't actually an action taken by council. So the endowment was established as a concept by council to, when surplus was really high, to take the top off of it and put it in an endowment, knowing that it would always support student programming. So it would never be used for any purpose, and it would start to earn money. So it was a way to smooth the whipsawing of available funds in a way that was disorienting to student groups. That, well, why was there a bunch of money last year and this year there's no money? So it was trying to smooth that so everybody could have a more predictable terrain. Normally we would talk about endowment either at the budget point or at the surplus discussion point is when we would review it. The way that it is, since it is a fund that supports student group programming, it is dispersed through your funding body, your USA BOD programming funds. So it currently, if there's a withdrawal of a payout, that becomes part of the block of funds available through USA BOD programming fund to fund student programming, and it is part of that evaluation and funding cycle. So again, we can talk more. If you have any more questions, you can go ahead and certainly say them, and I will answer them. But if we don't want to belabor this now, I certainly am committed that we will have a fuller focused conversation about this endowment, because I'd like you to be really comfortable with it and understand it. And frankly, yeah.
Yeah, I would say for the sake of time tonight, I would prefer if we could table conversations about endowment, since tonight is solely supposed to be about surplus. So
I just had a question about surplus. For the 3 different pools of money, so there's like the one from surplus, from Westcom, and then the one from the government.
The PPP. So we applied for a payroll protection program grant, and we got that. So you're getting money back from your payroll.
Okay, so that what can we? Is there stipulations on what we can use them for?
I would say that is broad discretion. So just like the surplus, if you want to think of this available piece of surplus money you have now is 150 plus 25, 175. That might be the easiest way to think of it, because it may as well put all your ideas together and say, what do you want to fund? But that's up to you. It is broad discretion.
Yeah. And my last question is, USAC are we the only ones who are allowed to do anything with these funds, or do we ever allow outside groups to apply for the funds, or to utilize larger amounts? I don't know if
the payroll protection program monies.
Oh no, I mean for surplus in general.
Well, I will defer that to, I think Naomi is as conversant as that as I. And again, since it gets into value judgments and how you guys want to manage in the space that you guys are in, maybe I should defer that back to her. If you want me to, I can help with it.
I guess it was a question for Naomi, and for folks, because I don't really know how that works.
Yeah. So, and Roy, you can just feel free to correct me where I stumble, but traditionally, I mean, council is the only body that can decide where surplus goes, but in the past, it has been open for student organizations. I know my predecessor, Nadira, actually was the person who had suggested that happened, I think, 2-3 years ago, when surplus was being decided. I do think that though it was a really great intention, and I still stand by her efforts to do that, it was like a logistical mess, because council is not a funding body. Council is not programmed to sit here and allocate. This is not the purpose of our meeting, and that should always be done in public. So it was very difficult to kind of evaluate who would get what. They had standards, but at the end, all of the groups who ended up applying ended up just getting the same equal amount, because there was no way to actually decide how to make those value judgments. So last year, taking that into consideration, our council decided to approach surplus differently, where student groups who had an interest in surplus were still able to partner with offices, and were able to bring proposals forward. For example, the TLC came forward with the transfer student representative and brought a proposal, and that was one way that we did it. And then, of course, when COVID happened, we also redirected lots of funding. So I just wanted to put that out there for historical context for those of y'all that don't know. We've tried, and it's a very good thing to allow student organizations to do that, but we decided not to do that. I also wanted to note too that there's a stipulation in our bylaws currently that says that we have to give a certain amount of, or that we should give a certain amount of our surplus to contingency and to BOD, which we did last year too. We can just always choose to increase the amount that we give to contingency and BOD, and those funding bodies go directly to student organizations. Does that help?
So yeah, and if I can validate, I mean, right on, I think you've got this basic story. I think it, exactly right from the seat that I would want to give my opinion. It is important to recognize council's not really set up to be a funding body. Council really should consider itself above that. It oversees funding bodies. It approves guidelines of funding bodies. It conceives purposes for funding bodies. But the work of making sure there's equitable distribution, that there's a neutrality to viewpoint, that all of the things that funding bodies, that there's fairness and equality of access. I think that it's a wise guidance that you guys should delegate to your funding bodies that work, rather than trying to function as a funding body yourselves. And as you said, Naomi, some of surplus always goes to some of your funding bodies, so you can just increase that amount, or so I think you have it right on.
Awesome. Okay, Sachi, I wanted to make sure that you still were able to ask your question.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out. I think the conversation kind of delved away. I was just going to reinforce Justin's point, but I think if the conversation steers back to that, then we can come back to it later.
I'm muted, sorry. Well, seeing as there's no more questions, I think what we can do then is I would really strongly recommend folks to start thinking about proposals. I know some folks are like on an urgent timeline, so I'm thinking possibly folks could like use the group chat. And I honestly would encourage you all to kind of do this out in the open. It will get messy if you try to go on your own and say like, I want $100,000, because you will come to council and council will be like, no, you cannot have $100,000. So try to work it out in the group chat and see like where we want to go from there. And then next week, I mean, what do you all think? Are you all ready to give preliminary proposals, or do we need a week to like think it out flat and then come to council and announce how we're going to go about it? Emily?
Sorry, I unmuted the wrong one. Okay, hi, sorry. I was thinking, I know a couple of folks are on a very tight timeline, so if folks are ready to present, maybe we can have them as like a presentation and have the presentation stretch over 2 weeks. And have the second week be folks who might need a little bit longer to put it together, and then vote at a later date, either after the second round of presentations or like at a later date.
That's a great idea.
I want to just second Emily. I feel like I personally, our Books for Bruins app is closing tomorrow, so we'll be done reading those. So hopefully we would want to, get it out sooner rather than later. So if it is available, I would second M and see if we can vote after the second round of presentation.
Okay, so it seems like, is it week 2? It's week 2, right? Okay, so great, awesome. So we'll do first round of presentations week 3, and then second round, I would really strongly recommend folks to not wait till the last week, because then we will also try to vote. If there are too many presentations and it ends up being like too long, I think we might have to think about tabling. So let's try to be like efficient in the way that we discuss this. And just for parameters about how people should come and present, I think we're going to cap everyone at 7 minutes to make sure that everyone gets equal time. Actually, let's do a 5-minute presentation and then 5-minute question and answer at the end for each group.
And Naomi, may I make just one other quick observation? I just want to make this observation to sort of, help steady your sense that this is an appropriate way to do this. In that, what I mean is this. It's really sort of remarkable the degree to which council as a whole and or many of its offices, if not more than half of its offices, have actually, and I think most of the student body, if they really understood this with the clarity that I think you guys have, would be a little bit surprised by how meager the financial resources most of your offices and council as a whole have to actually act on things that you have been enfranchised by the electorate to make judgments about and to be stewards of. So the idea that it is not it's not inward looking, it is not expending on oneself. You're enfranchised to bring about and to make evaluations as to good programs for the student body, and you have almost no resources. Many of your offices, eight of your offices that get that $1,800. Well, what is that? So again, this is just one of the only opportunities that your offices have and you as a council have to make some of these judgments. I think people would think that you could have this huge budget that you can, make all the decisions about. And that's really not the way your budget works. So again, that's why I really am defensive of the idea that, you guys making judgments about this, it really, to me, seems, very appropriate and a needed resource for you to accomplish your objectives. Okay, so that's it for me for today. It's 1,000 plus a share of, everybody gets 1,000 plus a share of the remainder after all the other decisions are made. So that's a variable. We can talk about that some other time. Okay, I will stop speaking now. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Roy. And I just wanted to say too, for when you guys, I think that the public should know this too, make sure to keep in context, like the year that we're in right now, like we are in COVID, make sure that your proposals are keeping in mind that and keeping in mind students and their needs and what they would want to see. That's really important. So of course, I'm sure you all will do that, but please do not come next week and say like, we need massage chairs, because we don't. That's like, it's a kind shot at Robert, but he knows that I thought that was a really good initiative for when we'll go back to campus. So please don't do that. All right. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Amazing. Okay, so we're moving on to appointments now. And I'm actually going to pass it off to Emily because I have not ate. So I'm going to be right back, but I'll be here.
Hello, everyone. All right, so we're going to be moving on to appointments. The first one up is Angus Boo to the Student Conduct Committee. Angus is actually here tonight, and so I've asked him if he would like to give a 1-minute statement about who he is and his qualifications for the position. Angus?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening. I am humbled to appear before this council as a nominee for the Student Conduct Committee. My name is Angus Wu. I use he, him, his pronouns, and I am a second-year student with a double major in MIMG and Computational and Systems Bio. If confirmed, I would like to bring fresh perspective to the Student Conduct Committee, not only as a South Campus major, but as an LGBT person. Decisions and recommendations that this committee makes can have wide-ranging impacts on a student's academic and personal life. And if confirmed, I commit to being an impartial voice, countering bias in the work of the committee, especially when reviewing witness testimony or evidence. Many communities have good reason to be wary of institutional authority, and I will strive to ensure a fair and equitable process for all parties involved. I would also like to place an emphasis on restorative justice. appealing to the better nature in people while respecting the voices of any victims and stakeholders that may be involved. As a final note, I would like to thank members of the council for the opportunity to speak and to thank President Riley and her staff in the Office of the President for entrusting me with this responsibility.
Thank you so much, Angus. All right, so since this is a consent item appointment, is there any opposition? Seeing no opposition, Angus Wu is appointed to the Student Conduct Committee. Congratulations, Angus. Claps. If I had the clap react, I would be clapping. Great job, and thank you for waiting patiently through our conversation. Great, so next up is Bianca. I don't know, Sachi or Hannah, do you want to introduce her?
Yes. So Bianca is a third year studying psychobio and global health. I selected Bianca for a 2-year term on OSAC because of her love for community development and outreach. Bianca has lots of experience in program planning, which is absolutely vital to OSAC's role as a resource for student groups. She understands the impact student organizations have on campus and the vital role they play in student life. Already, she has demonstrated an ability to work collaboratively and really listen to the needs of students. So that's just a little bit about Bianca.
Great, thank you. Bianca, you can go ahead and give your 1-minute opening statement.
Hello, everybody. My name is Bianca, and I am currently a third-year student majoring psychobio with a minor in global health. During my time at UCLA, I have been able to immerse myself in many different communities, and through my participation in different organizations and working for residential life, I was able to discover my passion for serving others and community development. I especially love cultivating a sense of community among different individuals who are all working together to achieve a certain goal or just finding a space that they feel safe in. I've had experience programming large-scale events in which people are able to socialize and interact with each other, and it's brought me joy that I was able to develop this sense of community among strangers who had gone through my programs. I would like to transfer over these organizational and planning skills to OSAC because I would like to further serve the greater UCLA student population through the allocation of space and resources to student organizations in the most equitable way possible. I would also love to learn more about how I can further support the different student organizations and then the work they do on and off campus. And thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Bianca. Okay, so now we can open it up for the 10-minute Q&A. Please use the raise hand function if you have any questions for Bianca. Going once. Sachi.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, Bianca. Thank you so much for your interest in OSAC. I just want to ask, what about OSAC excites you?
I specifically love just like working with other student organizations, and I myself have found like a sense of community amongst the organizations at UCLA, and I just really wanted to find a way to give back to the overall greater UCLA student population because I do believe in community development and the power that students can find and where they're able to find a community that they both feel safe and they identify with. So I just wanted to overall find a way to support like each student organization's goals of this.
Great, thank you. Sachi, any more questions?
Nope, thank you so much.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna put your hand down. All right, any more questions from council? All right. Seeing no more questions from council, Bianca, you can go ahead and give your closing statement.
Through my involvement with OSAC, I hope I can support the different communities in and outside of UCLA through the allocation of resources in the most equitable way. My overall goal is just to create a sense of community among UCLA students and letting them know that they have people who believe in them and their goals of serving their individual communities. I would like to work with the rest of the community members and our director, Hannah, in order to allocate space and resources to student orgs while providing transparency, communication, and other support that they may need in the most equitable way possible. Again, thank you all so much for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Bianca. I will be giving a really quick ARC recommendation, but if ARC can jump in and possibly supplement. We voted 3-0 to give a positive recommendation for Bianca. Personally, I was really impressed by her focus on community, and I'm excited for her to serve this year. Zuleika, Noe, Promise, does anyone want to jump in while I create the voting sheet?
I can jump in. Bianca, we were very impressed with your interview, and we also just really liked how teachable and excited you were to just learn from doing this work. So, yeah, so we were excited about that, and that's why we voted yes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add on, Bianca, that we were also, well, I personally was really impressed on your transparency on our personal biases when it relates to our communities and how you would hold yourself accountable, right? If it came to your specific community seeking a certain space. So I really appreciated that transparency and that sense of accountability that you had.
Sachi?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much, Bianca, for your passion for OSAC. I know that aside from myself and Hannah, there's very few and far between people that I've met that know about OSAC, care about it, but it's really important work. And I think that you're coming into it with such a great perspective. So I'm excited to see the work that you do.
Awesome, thank you. Wanted to open up wider to all of council if anyone has any comments, questions. If not, can I get a motion?
I motion to appoint Bianca Barcelo to the Office Space Allocation Committee.
I second.
Jonathan motions, Promise seconds. I will be voting yes. EVP? Oh, I think he stepped down. Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR, ISR.
Yes.
Okay. With a vote of 12-0, the motion passes, and Bianca Dominique Barcelo is appointed to the Office Space Allocation Committee. Congratulations, Bianca. Great. All right, we can go ahead and move on to the next appointment, which is Neha Kulkarni to the Office Space Allocation Committee. Hannah, do you want to go ahead and introduce her?
Yes. Okay, so Neha is a first-year student studying MIMG. I selected Neha for a one-year term on OSAC because of her understanding of the value and empowering nature of space. Neha has also demonstrated a passion for student outreach, something that will help OSAC to establish itself as an essential resource for student orgs. I have already been so impressed by her readiness to learn and to lead, even in the face of uncertainty. So just get ready for her to impress you.
Awesome. Thanks, Neha. Do you want to go ahead and give your 1-minute opening statement?
Yeah, thanks, Hannah, and thanks, Emily. So I'm so thankful to be considered for this position. My name is Neha Kulkarni, and I'm a first-year MIMG major. My pronouns are she, her. So I have always been interested in facilitating solid relationships within my community, and I believe by being a committee member on OSAC is a great way of doing so. Hearing super amazing presentations just earlier tonight just help drive in fashion to facilitate these relationships further. Oftentimes, the first step in developing a community relationship is to find a space to gather. Although during COVID we are virtual, part of being on OSAC might mean leading student organizations on how to gather online. Once we are back in person, this process will obviously look different while we find spaces for student organizations to meet while maintaining the public health guidelines at that time. I am super passionate about student voices being heard, and also having met Hannah and the rest of the Hopeful Committee, I'm even more excited to work with this amazing group. Thank you all for your time and for your consideration.
Great. Thank you, Neha. All right, I want to open it up for council Q&A. Anyone with questions can go ahead and use the raise your hand function. Zuleika?
Yeah. Hi, Nihas. Thank you so much for being here tonight. My question to you is, what are your specific plans to promote transparency and accountability in this position?
So some of the things we are thinking about doing is, first of all, establishing a social media presence that's like setting up an Instagram, like Facebook, whatever it is, just so that people are able to see and access what OSAC is doing and also find us more approachable rather than, just trying to find an email. And also just being like actively reaching out to organizations to set up that individual meeting time and give individual attention.
I have a follow-up to that. Is that okay? Okay. In terms of reaching out to student organizations, how do you plan to reach out to the multiple student organizations and making sure that you're also addressing the needs of students who are underrepresented as well?
Right, thank you for the question. So for now, what we have kind of basically talked about, and obviously all the logistics are not worked out as of yet, having just hopefully joined the committee. But we hope to set up some Zoom meetings this year. As Hannah did mention earlier, we're thinking of making the next year the allocation year. So we have a little bit more time to the outreach, but that would mean setting up Zoom meetings, hopefully sending out surveys via maybe like these emails or whatever, to figure out like what people are satisfied with the current office space they have and what they hope can be improved as well. And making sure that groups that have been underrepresented are prioritized in the next allocation round.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Zuleika and Neha. Any other questions from council? Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and move to Neha's closing statement. You can go ahead.
Right. So as a hopeful OSAC committee member, I will be fully committed to helping student organizations thrive by providing them with the space. I look forward to talking with student organizations to find out what their vision for improving UCLA community looks like and helping them achieve that vision. I'm always willing to listen and problem solve, and I will approach every situation with an open mind and compassion. I believe that Hannah is going to be a fantastic leader of this committee, and I'm excited to embark on the task she has planned for us this year. Thank you for listening to my interview, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Neha. All right, so I can go ahead and give ARC's recommendation. We voted 3-0 to give a positive recommendation for Neha. We thought that this could be a really great opportunity for her to grow and learn in terms of serving in working with student orgs, serving the community, and things like that. We do want to urge you to do prioritize org outreach, do learn from Hannah, but I'm confident that Hannah's going to be a great mentor and leader, and I'm excited for you to learn and grow in this position. Any other members of ARC?
Yeah, I just want to add on to what Emily said. I think that this would be a great opportunity for you, Neha, to learn and grow within OSAC and learn more about the different communities on campus, communities such as transfers, international students, and everything right in between, all of the students who are underrepresented within these specific communities. So I think this would be a great opportunity for you to dive in and just learn as much as you can within this position. And I also believe that Hannah would be a great mentor for you as well.
Awesome. Any other questions, comments? Opening it up to the rest of council now. If not, can I get a motion? Sachi?
Sorry, I'm having Zoom trouble. But yeah, I also just wanted to say that similarly, I'm excited to see your work in OSAC and just the entire committee. I'm already proud of you in advance, but feel free to use me as well as Hannah as a resource for anything that you need, any questions that you have, especially when it comes to outreach and stuff. I'm always there to kind of help provide connections and support wherever possible.
Great. Thank you, Sachi. Any other questions and comments from council? Otherwise, can I get a motion?
I motion to appoint Neha Kulkarni to the Office Space Allocation Committee.
I second.
Zulikan motions, Noe seconds. I will be voting yes. EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC?
Yes.
CEC?
Yes.
CSC?
Yes.
CAC?
Yes.
FAT?
Yes.
FSC?
Yes.
SWC?
Yes.
TSR?
Yes.
ISR?
Yes. Yes.
With the vote of 13 to 0 to 0, the motion passes and Neha Kulkarni is appointed to the Office Space Allocation Committee. Congratulations, Neha. Clap reacts. Okay, cool. We can go ahead and move on to the last appointment of the night, which is Jacob Kier to the Office Space Allocation Committee. Hannah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so Jacob is a first year studying public affairs and economics. I selected Jacob for a one-year term on OSAC because of his passion for community and advocacy. During his short time at UCLA, Jacob has already demonstrated a love for community development in all of his student orgs. As well, he has first-hand experience with survivor advocacy. I am very impressed with his eagerness to serve and his ability to listen, learn, deliberate, and take action.
Great, thank you, Hannah. Jacob, you can go ahead and give your 1-minute opening statement.
Awesome. Hello, council members. My name is Jacob Kier. I'm a first-year student majoring in pre-public affairs and economics. As a queer student with learning disabilities, I find OSAC's values and framework to be aligned with the morals I have built through my community work. These values highlight advocacy and community. I find OSAC's ability to serve the community in constructing spaces across campus for students to resonate with me for this particular reason. I believe I have a lot to offer OSAC's team, whether through my experience as a marketing intern for SWC Search this fall quarter and gaining insights in graphic design, serving as a community relations committee member within the Pediatric AIDS Coalition, or initiating and following through with developing teen and survivor connections with at-risk communities regarding sexual trafficking and slavery. I truly feel that I have a plethora of skills to offer OSAC and have the means to gain any skill necessary to contribute all I can. I feel that I can be a voice that thoughtfully represents every group possible at UCLA And the immense knowledge I have already learned as a public affairs major has taught me so much of representation within decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. All right, so you can open it up for the council Q&A. Please use the raise your hand function if you have any questions. I will be asking a question on Sachi's behalf. What makes you passionate about OSAC? Her Zoom broke, unfortunately.
For me, especially having learning disabilities and not having having had those identified at a young age, like I went through a lot of school like lost and like sort of misguided at points and like not having like a lot of safe spaces. And so like I looked to join a lot of student groups. I looked to join like a lot of systems of support. And through like having a space for that, through like being able to establish like a presence for that and like advocate for these groups, like I found sort of like a home for myself and also like an ability to thrive and be passionate in other ways. And for me, like just being able to represent people who don't have a voice, who aren't as loud as me, and just like giving everyone an opportunity to speak is just a really huge passion of mine. And so that's where my passion comes from. I know for me, my nonprofit, Stomp Out Sex Trafficking and working with like sexual survivors, like comes from my own experience. And so like coming from a place of like victimhood, like I want to like not have like, I want to enable for everyone on campus to have, like, I want to enable for every student at UCLA to have a space on campus that they feel safe. And so that's really important to me.
Thank you, Jacob. Okay, does anyone else have any questions? All right, seeing no more questions, we can go ahead and move on to your closing statement.
Got it. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Establishing an active social media presence that replaces the loss of in-person communication is integral to this year. And I want to make sure that every student group and student will be heard through individual appointments on Zoom. By shifting our focus and making next year our allocation year, we can create a stronger connection with more groups, given the extra opportunity of time for OSAC. I'm certain that through my studies and efforts, I will be able to become even more qualified as I'm guided on this journey by a fantastic mentor, Hannah Reagan. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Jacob. I can go ahead and give ARC's recommendation. We voted 3 to 0 to give a positive recommendation for Jacob. We really enjoyed his interview and felt that he would be a great addition to the committee. I'm sorry, my AirPods died. Does anyone else have any comment in terms of ARC?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here. Jacob, as Emily mentioned, we really enjoyed your interview. I thought it was really creative how you tied in your personal experiences with your passion for OSAC. So I really appreciate that passion and the advocacy work that you're doing. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you, Zuleika. Okay, oh yes, I have a comment from Sachi. She says, Jacob, I'm excited to hear your passion for safe spaces in OSAC and can't wait to see what you can accomplish. Thank you, Sachi. All right, any last comments from council? If not, can I get a motion?
I motion to appoint Jacob Kerr to the Office Space Allocation Committee.
I second.
Zuleika motions, Breeze seconds. I will be voting yes. EVP?
Yes.
Gen Rep 2?
Yes.
Gen Rep 3?
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
Sachi votes yes. FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Great. With a vote of 13 to 0, the motion passes and Jacob Kier is approved to the Office Space Allocation Committee. Congratulations, Jacob. Clap reacts. Awesome. All right. We can go ahead and move on to officer reports. Naomi is not here, so I'm going to save hers until she comes back. So I can go ahead and give mine really quickly. Give me a second to pull it up. Okay, cool. So, oh, there she is. Hi, Naomi. All right, so my Put Workers First and Drive Down Rent committees are updating their respective resource guides, which is the Student Worker Resource Guide and Housing Relief Resource Guide, hoping to have those out as soon as possible. Drive Down Rent is also working on getting the application for the Rent Reliefs Award approved. And then a couple weeks ago, we released the Advocacy Resource Guide for student organizations and are currently working on sending them out to student orgs to all the emails that we have on file. Okay, and then we are having a Campus Safety Alliance meeting next week on Thursday, the 21st at 4 p.m. PST. We're going to have UCPD Chief Tony Lee, Scott Scheffler, and a CSO manager there to discuss the proposed Public Safety Ambassadors program, as well as a couple administrative figures if they can make it. I really encourage folks to join because this is a new program that we haven't heard about. And so I think it's important to get all our questions and get some clarity on what it is. And then in off-campus Living Fair news, we are moving it to February and are currently working on the plans and outreach for that. In terms of office collaborations, my office is working with Office of the President, EVP, and SWC to put on a vaccine webinar, which we have planned for Thursday, February 11th at 6:30 p.m. PST, and more information about that will be coming out soon. And then on some of the committees I'm on, I am attending a meeting tomorrow to discuss a campus-wide campaign to encourage vaccination, and I'm also sitting on the education subcommittee of the, sorry, I cannot do with acronyms, ROTF, the Response and Recovery Task Force, there we go. We met to discuss the UC-wide announcement that campuses are hoping to reopen in fall, anticipated challenges with course availability and logistics surrounding that, including making sure that faculty is comfortable teaching in person again if they are required to. That is it for me. Thank you so much. Aiden?
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Over the past week, I've had a number of key meetings. Met with President Drake on Friday for our monthly lunch, where we covered topics related to UC's plan for vaccination and distribution, the federal stimulus package and the state budget, and the UC Campus Safety Symposium that is coming up. What the big news that we have been working on over the past week is in response to the governor's budget release for the University of California. Budget advocacy at the state level is really the bread and butter of what EVP does during the advocacy cycle and will be one of our top focuses over the next few months. Key takeaways that I wanted to share is that, so basically when the governor releases his budget proposal at the beginning of January, that sets the stage for how UC and all of the programs we care about will be funded for the next fiscal year. So anything related to your classes, programs on campus, resources, scholarships, financial aid, all of that is in this budget. Things that we appreciated in the budget was that it, unlike last year at the beginning of COVID-19, which had significant cuts to UC and student aid programs, this budget invests additional dollars, not as much as we were hoping to recover those cuts, but still a sizable amount that we hope to build on during advocacy over the next few months. And then also key programs for basic needs, mental health, digital equity, financial aid, and emergency financial aid. So those are programs that are really thanks to the work of students for incorporating in this budget. And we look forward to building upon them and protecting them as it goes through negotiations with the Senate and Assembly. Other things, we closed our fellowship app and look forward to welcoming our new class of fellows for this quarter. We opened our applications for the Students of Color Conference, which for many of you who attended the Student Organizing Summit over the summer, the Students of Color Conference is a system-wide UCSA conference that is really focused on convening leaders of campus communities and marginalized communities together to strategize across the UC for the betterment of the lived experiences of students of color on campuses. So if you're interested, let me know. The application is out, and of course, we always welcome our USAC leaders to participate. And then finally, tomorrow during our general office meeting from 5 to 6 p.m., we're opening it up to the public, and we'll be highlighting the different issues that the EVP office will be working on at the local, state, and federal level over the next few months, but also a lot of our community and campus partners. So we're bringing in other advocacy organizations to share what they're working on at the local, state, and federal levels. And yeah, that's what we've been up to.
Great, thank you, Aiden. AAC?
Awesome, thanks, ma'am. Okay, so a few announcements. So for one, our Books for Bruins application is closing tomorrow, so please make sure you get in your applications. They will be closing at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We are currently looking into starting a book exchange project within AAC, which would allow students, if they already took a class, to exchange their books and hopefully connect it, just so, you know, students can like kind of get one, take one kind of idea. But we're going to look into how we can start that programming. We're going to be having counseling quarterly sometime week 4. We don't know the exact date yet. Okay, awesome, Naomi. Yeah, well, I'll probably ask you later about it. And let me see. I think that those are all the big things. Oh, in terms of the student advocacy board, just continuing to work on like individual cases myself until this board is finalized, hopefully. I don't know is Dr. Geller here right now?
She is not. She actually logged off at 9 p.m.
Oh, okay. Because I know last week we had wanted to ask about what it means to be in good academic standing. Do you think that, I don't know, I'm asking Naomi at this point. Naomi, do you think it would be a good idea to just email her and ask her about that?
Yeah, I could just text her too.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I think that is all from us. Thanks, folks. Yeah. Oh, I guess Naomi's going next.
All right. Hi, everyone. Okay, so I'll try to make this quick as well, but last week I met with the Public Health Compliance Working Group, and we started talking about, obviously, vaccine rollout seems to be the hot button topic on every COVID task force, so we talked a little bit about that, rising cases, as you all know. We also talked about communication strategies for this quarter too, ensuring that students are still aware of the situation. We talked about the symptom monitoring survey and how we can go about making sure that folks are complying with that. The symptom monitoring survey is actually a really crucial part of contact tracing as well, because it'll help those, because of a new law that was passed. I wish I had the name of it, or not a new law. Something was passed. I will get you all the name soon, but something was passed in which, Jessica, actually, do you know? about the,
No, sorry.
or Aiden, do you?
Yeah, I don't have the bill title, but it was a law passed by the legislature last year that mandates employers notify their workers when there is an outbreak in workplace facilities. So that obviously has implications for workers on campus, but also for students that access specific buildings on campus.
Yes, thank you so much, Aiden, for that. So we are trying to make sure that students are remaining compliant, so that, you know, not only unions, but the school is able to notify students whenever there is some sort of outbreak or whenever they're in contact or they come in contact with the building that has a positive case. So that's really important. I met with Vice Chancellor Gordon this week as well, and we began discussing commencement, of course, the conversation of policing. We talked about how the student affairs and education department are going to work very closely and very creatively to ensure that we have some form of a memorable graduation commencement, given that we've now been in COVID for a whole year. And Vice Chancellor Gordon is very aware that a virtual graduation will not cut it, but of course, we're going to try to remain within compliance. The Response and Recovery Task Force, we were given a presentation from UC Health or UCLA Health about the vaccine rollout, future planning for the vaccine as well. And we talked about the decision to make spring online, which I'm sure you all know about and are very sad about. But of course, as cases begin to or continue to rise in LA, there is no safe way to expand what we currently have going on now. I also just wanted to note that, like Emily had mentioned, our office is working on the vaccine panel, which will take place week 6. And we're really looking to get all of council support on this too. We want this to be a very inclusive and far-reaching event because of the topic at hand. We know that UC students are probably going to be of the last group to get the vaccine, but I'm sure you all are seeing TikToks and tweets about how the vaccine makes people grow 1 foot, and that's not true. So like, please do your job as an elected official to help us fight those mischaracterizations, whatever we want to call them. So yeah, I also wanted to note that my office was awarded the HCI SEML grant for our Minority Mental Health Resource Center that we're trying to create, virtual center. So we are going to be rolling that out and starting to begin our planning or our actual building it. And then I was also nominated as the Developing Principals co-chair for the campus renaming committee. So I'm going to be doing that along with Professor Carol Goldberg, and we're going to be discussing what principles should the guiding committee be nominated or be guided by when we're thinking about nominations or renaming, and making sure that that is as inclusive as possible. So other than that, I won't bore you with the like itty bitty details of what else our office is doing, but our Notes from Naomi series will also be coming back too. So for any members of the public that are interested in knowing what else our office is up to, we'll be updating stuff there. Thank you. And I'm trying to see if there's anyone else that has spoken. CAC?
I can give a quick update. ARC fund is going to be closing next week, Saturday, I believe, for the winter quarter cycle. So just let folks know, and we'll be posting about it on the CAC Instagram. We're just working, different series are working on their different initiatives for the quarter. So we're really excited about that. Today, we had an event in conjunction with CEC and ASUCLA, which was a mental health talk with Miguel, and it was a huge success. So I was really happy and excited about that, and it was just really great. to hear him talk, and alongside one of the professors who work here. And it was just a really great moderated conversation. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's about it for right now. Keep an eye out for information about stuff that's going to be happening next month for Hip Hop Appreciation Month. And just, yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you, Promise. SWC.
Oh, sorry, I just was gonna do a written one.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Admin reps. Jessica.
Hello, I do have one exciting update for you all that I think you will enjoy. So Josh and I met last week to talk more about our USAC emails and our G Suite account. So we've been in the G Suite testing out, creating emails and working with the login and whatnot. And essentially I have our USAC webmaster working on creating the emails. So hopefully within the next week, we'll be able to send you all some emails and you can get into the G Suite and test them out. And then, our webmaster is going to try to figure out what the process is for transferring over all of your Google Docs and your Google Drive and all of that so that he can try to, support and give instructions as best as he can. If you have all of that stuff that you want to transfer over. But essentially, we want to get you in the system as soon as possible, and then you can decide if you want to use it right away or if you would prefer to just continue with your current email, and then we can just transfer these new Gmails over to the new council once they're onboarded in spring. So yeah, moving forward on it finally. So hopefully it will all go smoothly from here.
Thank you, Jessica, and also Josh for your hard work on that. We really appreciate it. I personally want to be in the G Suite, so let me know whatever I have to do to get in there. Okay, let me go back to Zuleika because I accidentally forgot her.
No worries, Naomi. Yeah, so I had a couple of updates that I think are really important and should be spoken. One of the really important updates is from CalFresh. So they're doing this temporary thing where if you're a student in need and you need to apply for CalFresh, right now they are taking a 0 EFC. And basically that's all you need as your verification to apply for the program. And they are currently not doing any interviews at the moment. And the no interview is extended from the month of January to February. So if you know any students in need and they need to apply, get them to apply right now. They are currently accepting students right now. So I think that's really important too, just so students are aware. Another thing is that we are having basic needs conversations at UCLA, and we are urging student organizations to be involved in these basic needs conversations because I think it's important that student voices are at the table when we are talking about the budget or distributing basic needs funding to different resources and whether there are gaps in those resources. So if you are interested, please email my office. We are trying to get a couple of student organizations together to start those conversations with administration. So I will put my email in the description, or you can just go on our website, uclatsr.com, and you can contact us there as well. Another important update is Transfer Lobby Day. We're currently working and we're doing a lot of research on like transfer specific bills and policies. So if you are interested in being involved in Transfer Lobby Day, get in contact with our office. We're looking into what types of bills, again, we can lobby for and we can support. So definitely get in contact with us for that. Some really cool events that our office is planning. For January 15th on a Friday, we're planning Prose of Peace, Words of Healing. It's a healing space where there will be spoken word and just like art and just a lot of just calming and healing words. We are actually in collaboration with Umoja, so I'm really excited about this. It's going to be on January 15th from 4:30 to 6 p.m. So if you're interested, again, just go to our website or go to our Instagram and RSVP. And then for Transfer Pride Week, which is next week, we are also planning Transfer Tea. So just community building within transfer students. And that will be on January 19th. But for the Pros of Peace, Words of Healing on January 15th, that is open to everyone. So everyone can join in and just, just relax and just hear some beautiful art, from poetic people. So those are my updates.
Thank you, Zuleika, for giving those updates. I also wanted to mention too, for the the basic needs conversation, you should come to CAB next week and present that to some of the organizations. I think it would be really aligned with their mission. Yeah, I'll send you more details too. Okay, great. Awesome. Who's next? Darviel's not here. Josh?
Hello, folks. No updates. Just what Jessica said about the emails. We're really excited to get you those. Have a safe week, everyone.
Yay. Fernando?
Just a question. What is the domain that we'll be having? Okay, so if that's gonna happen, would it be? I don't know, but like, um, since many of us had USAC at the beginning of their email app. Thank you.
Wait, I think I missed. What's the domain, or what is it going to be? Okay. Okay. Okay, so because it's going to be at usac.ucla.edu, it would be like for example, it'd be president at USAC, so it wouldn't be like USAC dot and anyone. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. We are so excited. Okay, and Patty?
Hi, everyone. No updates from me. Hope you're all having a wonderful week 2. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, and then so we're actually going to do new business first before we go to old business, since old business will take some time. We can start with the TGIF guidelines. Sachi?
Yes, hello. You all can hear me, right? I know I've said it a million times, but my Zoom is wacky.
We can hear you. Are you talking?
Wait, hello?
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Cool. So in red are the things that I'm adding to the guidelines. I'll start actually with section 3.2 because that's what I had shared earlier during the presentation. So this first part, which I just highlighted on the screen, all groups which have requested funds over $1,000 shall sign up for a hearing date and time. I just added if advised by the grant making committee, just because we have found that this year that, you know, for certain projects, it's not 100% necessary and not 100% the best usage of limited committee hearing time to do. And so for certain projects, a hearing hasn't been necessary, and or project or student orgs will do kind of one hearing for all of the different projects that they're doing. And it usually just ends up being that the committee will just ask clarifying questions to the student group that are better answered through email as opposed to a longer presentation. I did add that if a group is not asked for a hearing but would like to request one, they may do so, because often these hearings are a good opportunity to just, you know, present about important work that you're doing. And if there's clarifying points that aren't in the written application, then a presentation is useful. So they can request it, but it's just not necessary. That's the only change there. And then here at the bottom, this last bullet point, funding proposals requested, requesting support for student sustainability work up to $300, must be a full-time currently enrolled student, must not be receiving course credit or additional compensation for this work, must record approximate hours of sustainability work and its impact on campus, and must report outcomes to the TGIF grant coordinator by the end of the academic year. If you look at the bullet points above, this just kind of puts the student support fund in line with our other funds and details the eligibility. I'm deleting these little quotation marks because that's a typo. Does anyone have any questions about those additions before I move on? Cool. I'll take that as a no. The last thing I added is in section 1.3, member number and representation. I just wanted to make sure that the student positions that we're adding this year are positions that will continue into the foreseeable future, unless future TGIF chairs decide they don't want these positions, they can remove it. But I added, in addition to the grant making committee, 3 student positions will support the committee in their outreach and publicity efforts. These members are non-voting members and will not participate in funding allocation decisions. They will receive a stipend in accordance with the USA financial guidelines. So these students will be stipended the same amount as committee members this year. That stipend is coming from TGIF funds, but they are non-voting members and they won't be invited to allocation meetings where we're discussing funding at all. So they're just kind of a support for our publicity, but they're not an actual grant making committee member. And those are all the changes that I have. Let me know if anyone has questions. This is also in the folder.
Does anybody have any questions for Sachi? Okay, if not, is there any opposition to approving these guidelines? Beautiful. Seeing as there's no opposition, these guidelines are passed. Thank you so much, Sachi, for always being so tedious and doing a lot of this work. It really means a lot, and I think it's going to make the difference for TGIF. Okay. Moving on to the Gen Rep 1 resignation. Okay, she heart reacted. Cool. Moving on to the Gen Rep 1 resignation, I just wanted to flag for you all that council, per our constitution, will have to nominate. Well, I will have to nominate someone up to 3 weeks. Someone help me word this, please. I will have to nominate someone
Within
for
21 days.
within 21 days. Thank you. And yeah, I will then bring them to council, and you all will conduct a formal interview, and that is how the Gen Rep 1 position will be fulfilled. So my office is releasing the application so that students could start applying should they be interested. And I would really appreciate your all's help in publicizing them. I really want to make sure that students understand what this means. And I also want to emphasize too that it is not an easy task taking on an office more than halfway through the year. So I think that we should prioritize people that have some sort of experience, or even if they don't have experience, just have an extreme appetite to want to learn in a very fast paced environment. So yeah, I would just really appreciate your all support in accomplishing this. It's not going to be easy, and I already have so many other things to do as president. So please support. Promise?
Would this be something that we would have to have a appointments review meeting, like interview about, or would it just come straight to council?
It would just come straight to council. So, I mean, technically, we could have it go through ARC if you all wanted to, but I know ARC is like at capacity. Correct me if I'm wrong, Emily. I know that putting any more interviews on you would be a bad idea.
I will not disagree.
Okay. So I'm taking that as a semi no. If it came down to that, I'm sure that you all would be open to it. I'm gonna take the night to see how we can and who would be best. If there are people on council who want to help interview the appointees, the applicants that come in, I would really appreciate that. Please let me know like by tonight if you are interested in that. I'm probably also going to have my appointments director take this on too, but she's also like pretty stretched thin too. So oh, great. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Since everyone's interested, I think what we'll do is as the applicants come in, I'll split them up, and then we can pair you all or put you all into 3, and then you all can like we can find a good schedule so that we can all take part in conducting interviews. And then from there, we can choose someone. So that will probably happen. I'm thinking that this application, I mean, tell me what you all think. I'm thinking that this application should close Sunday night, the latest.
Of this week?
Of this week. That was what I was thinking.
Naomi, do you think that like is it okay if like we tell people from our offices as well?
Yes, I think that is fine. Aiden?
I know that the 3 weeks is a very daunting timeline, but I was thinking maybe it might be good to have the app open for at least a week just to get a good pool, and then try to do some very quick interviews afterwards. Just because I worry people might not have enough time to put together a good application by this Sunday.
Okay. Okay, so then let's do that then. We can, since there's an official notification as of today. We can close it next Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. And then start the interview process that week, that following week. We should have ideas, names in mind. I don't know if they will be ready by week 4, but they for sure have to be ready by week 5 to come to council. So I would actually suggest that by week 4, we try to appoint someone. And if not, then latest week 5. Can we do rolling so early birds can get knocked out? What do you all think of that? Early doesn't mean that we would make a decision, right?
No, just doing the interviews on a rolling basis.
Okay.
So not like starting it when it closes, but just starting it as they come in.
Okay. So we'll go Promise then Sachi. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, so I was gonna kind of go off of what Emily and Sachi were kind of talking about. What I usually do is for application is I say a date that interviews may start, so that if they submit their application, they know to like be prepared to possibly interview within a certain set of dates, but usually it's quite literally like the day after or like the day after the applications close, if that makes sense. So it would still be kind of like getting rolled out, but like we could have established a schedule for when we would have interviews and people should like prepare to be like available for specific times. Does that make sense?
Okay. Okay. Sounds good so far. Sachi?
Yeah, actually, I think that that's a really good way of structuring it, just so that on our end and on applicants' end, everyone is prepared to be present, and that way, like, we're not getting flooded with unexpected interviews last minute when inevitably, I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but when a lot of people apply at 11:59 p.m. on a Tuesday, yeah.
I agree. Okay. Aiden, is that an old hand or new?
Yeah, sorry, an old hand.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then that seems like the timeline that we'll be working on. We will open the application tomorrow. It will be open we will all publicize it. And then from there, we will start conducting open or rolling basis interviews, stagger them so that people don't get overwhelmed. And then have an appointment potentially by week 4, but if not by latest week 5.
Sounds good. I was just gonna suggest that we like try to um set periods of times that are gonna be for interviews, even if they are rolling or like staggered, so folks can like so we kind of already know when like people will be interviewing, so people can like we know who's interviewing when and like what to be prepared for, because I know all of our schedules are pretty like tedious, so um kind of like dropping in a little time.
Standing interview times and having folks sign up. Okay, that actually, let me write that down.
So what I usually do for ARC is coordinate a couple hours or 3 hours a week where we all set aside for possible ARC interviews. And then when I get sent the folks, I send them a spreadsheet of just those times where they can sign up for interviews.
Okay, I think I did my hiring process a similar way. So people will have to sign up for slots in order to be interviewed. And then on our back end, we will coordinate which times people will sign up for, which council members will go on certain times. I feel like at minimum, there should be 2 council members, and at maximum, there should be 4 to kind of conserve our resources. Okay, which council will be present, but will coordinate. Okay. The last thing that I wanted to mention too is the questions. I don't know how you all want to go about getting down solid questions for interviews. I do think that there should be some kind of like standardness to the questions. What do
Should
you all
we-
think?
Should we make like a Google Doc and add questions that we think maybe we could all go off of? And it can be like an overall question form, and students can ask that depending on like what they think that the candidate, like what else they would like to know from the candidate.
Okay. Sachi?
Yeah, I definitely think that we should have the exact same questions for everyone. And then within the interviews too, like we should take as much as possible word for word notes for other people that weren't there, just so that everyone's aware. I mean, we'll all know the questions asked and we'll all know pretty much the exact answers given. But yeah, I think that maybe offline we can try to create an ideal set of questions.
I want to super plus one that. Bacher, and then I would like to like start distributing some of these roles.
Okay, so my point was what you want, or like what's the goal of the interviews? Like it's basically we're trying to, like, one of the things I think is to make sure that the person can handle just going in the middle and at least have some minimum knowledge. So I think knowing what we really want and whoever fills this position, and then putting the questions subsequently is a good way to go about this.
I 100% agree with that. Before we, because I think we should have a small conversation of what is it exactly that we think is worthy of, or should come to appointment, or like what are we looking for in an ideal nomination. I think that will help us before we go into like tons of interviews, if that's the case. So before we do that though, will anyone take lead on like developing questions and making sure that there are solid questions that are being asked?
I'm comfortable, I guess, like doing that portion, like compiling questions, and then y'all can like verify if you guys want to add anything or whatnot. I just would want to know like a date just because I work better with deadlines.
Okay, Breeze. How about by Sunday having questions ready? And I can go over them with you too.
Yeah, for sure. These wouldn't be for the application. This is like for the interview, right?
Yeah, for the interview.
Sounds good.
Okay. And then in terms of coordinating schedules, is someone willing to do that? I'm seeing like doodle when to meet. I don't know what's going on here.
I'm down to do that.
Okay. So you'll coordinate and have council members fill out a time and all that?
Yeah, I'll probably, because my only issue with like rolling is we don't know when we're gonna get the first first uh submissions at all. And uh so that's kind of finicky in that regard. But for what we do know is that the application closes on Tuesday. So I would want to start the interviews on the Wednesday. So just kind of doing like time slots and having council members kind of say what they're available for in those over the week. But that like I can do a lot of that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Promise. So just want to go over it one more time. We have questions that will be done by Sunday night. Breeze and I will coordinate. Promise will coordinate by Wednesday. Doodle times that folks will fill in and sign up for, and then on council's end, we'll coordinate who's going to be there.
Yeah, I can send out the doodle probably by Friday.
Cool.
So-
Okay. Great. Am I missing anything? Emily, I look at you for logistics.
Let me think. We have the questions. your office is working on applications. We're just saying it's gonna be due Tuesday. I thought the point of rolling was to maybe grab the any people who might turn it in early. So maybe we want to up speed up the timeline on the arrangement of interview slots, like the doodle stuff.
Yeah, I can do that. I think I would just have to know like I would just have to be told when like the first submission is, if that makes sense. Like,
Maybe
and
Naomi can give
it's
us
just
all access
checking,
to the application.
yeah. But it's also just like when should I check the like application to see if someone submitted? Um, whereas like we know that the application closes on Tuesday, so it's like knowing that like people have submitted. If Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm just making sense.
No, yeah, that
Yeah,
makes a
I
lot
know
of
what you're
sense.
trying.
We're
Yeah, I
saying
know what you're
so.
trying to say. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, you go ahead, Emily.
I was gonna say I know what you're trying to say, but I think we don't necessarily need to know when the applications come in to set a standing meeting date, right? Or standing meeting dates.
No.
So we can set the standing meeting dates ASAP
Yeah.
and then check the form every so often to see if folks have submitted before, like in the next few days, because Naomi's going to give us access to the application.
Okay,
So
I
maybe
get.
like check it like once a day or something like that.
Oh, I see what you mean. So just kind of like knowing what people's availability are. So like
Yes.
if there is something, then it's like, oh, you guys said you were available. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Yeah, I can do that. Also.
Cool.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get it. Thank you.
Yeah. And then
Okay.
another thing would be possibly like drafting, if people think this is necessary to do in advance, drafting like email templates for applicants. Hi, sign up for an interview. Hi, you've been selected. Hi, you've been rejected, etc.
Yeah. The only thing is, we have to interview every applicant, regardless of whether or not.
Yeah, but
Let's say they were
just to have it
joking.
ready.
Okay. Yes, my
And
office is making a post, so I will send it to everyone tomorrow whenever it's finalized. We were just working on like the last minute logistical questions, so we should, I want to say, latest have it out by 11 tomorrow. But if we have it out any later, then we will probably extend it, the deadline application, to the whatever time it comes out, so that way we can give students a whole full week to apply based on your guys' recommendations. Okay, so I think we have two more hands. Sachi, Aiden?
I'm sorry, I think mine's an old hand.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say one role that my office and I can support in is, since this is such an accelerated timeline for seating the new council member, once we announce and roll them out, we want to make sure that we kind of set them up to transition well and succeed. So kind of from that announcement moment to the seating of the council member, our office can help with communication support for kind of getting that new council member up and running, unveiling them to the public, dealing with press, etc.
Thank you, Aiden. Might I ask too, I was trying to do this with Jong, but would you be able to coordinate like anything that his office is working on, or anything that, any knowledge that he could pass down from his platforms? I'm not too aware of what his platforms are and like what current projects he was working on. So I think we want some kind of continuity, some level of continuity. Would you be able to take that on?
Yeah, I'd be happy to help work with Jong on that and see if there's anything we can do to help transition staff, financing resources, et cetera, to the new person that will be filling his shoes.
Okay. And then based on his old staff, Bacher, Jong had let me know that you would be taking on his old staff. I wasn't sure what that looked like.
I was just gonna jump in. Um, so, okay, so I honestly don't have much information on how the transition is gonna happen, but like I will talk to John and see exactly what's what are his plans. I don't think he has many staff. Um, so I will just check on that, and also Aiden. If you need any help in that regard, uh, I will be happy to provide any support. But like this is the first time I know about this, by the way. So yeah.
Thank you. Jessica?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment really quick that Fernando and I and Vong will all make sure that the new incoming Gen Rep 1 gets transitioned the same way that we do for you all at the beginning of the term. So we'll take care of guiding them through the hiring process and the paperwork and the signatory stuff and all of that. So don't feel the need to worry about any of that onboarding because we'll take care of that for you.
Thank you, Jessica. And Sachi, I think that's a new hand now, right?
Yeah, just super quick random clarification. So is this person going to be Gen Rep 1 or is there like a shifting in the Gen Rep numbers?
Yeah, basically, this new person would be appointed to the Gen Rep 1 position.
Oh, okay.
Because you're filling a vacant position. You're not reordering anything, or it's not like a vote or anything like that. The only reason we have the ordering of the gen reps is because there's multiple of them, so that really only happens during the elections process. But this is just strictly filling a vacant position, which is the Gen Rep 1 office.
Okay. Okay. And then just to clarify one thing that Emily put in the chat, Emily, did you mean like the application, like the interviews are rolling or applications are rolling?
Sorry, I meant interviews are rolling.
Okay.
Just so people don't wait until the absolute last second and defeat the purpose of rolling.
Interviews are rolling. Okay. Sounds good then. This sounds like a solid plan. I just wanted to touch base very quickly if we can spend like 5 to 10 minutes talking about what an ideal applicant would look like. I personally don't expect someone to come in and say that they want to, like, I don't know what's realistic. So I'm not even going to give an analogy or whatever, or an example. Would you all share some words on what you think is realistic? Starting with Aiden.
I think somebody that is able to kind of hit the ground running and is able to, with the remainder of the term left, fewer than 10 weeks, honestly, accomplish something or have an idea for what they want to do within 10 weeks. And then one thing that kind of I think it would be good to think about is I think this could be an opportunity for a lot of people that just want to have a title for the sake of a title, apply or use it as a springboard to run for an election afterwards. So maybe thinking about it in the context of those 10 weeks, who can kind of craft a vision and has ideas for what they can do in 10 weeks, even if they aren't reelected.
Okay. I'm also seeing in the chat, Bacher says fast learner and can adapt, have strong tangible ideas. Breeze wants someone who cares about access and equity and discuss what that looks like in spaces with admin. Bacher also says basic knowledge about how USAC is run. Sachi, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say that given the timeline, I think it's realistic if there's an applicant that has one strong, tangible idea with some kind of idea about how it can be implemented or how it can be advocated for. I think that is ideal because you can get that done realistically. Like no one will expect of this person what they expected out of us when we ran. And I think that looking to just have like one platform, one thing that you can do, like that would be great. I also think that, you know, even if the applicants don't know like Parley Pro, I don't even know that, like honestly. Like if you don't know like how like the specifics of how council works, whatever, like as long as like you're willing to be an active participant in this council, because we are missing a council member and like we're missing a valid point of view, and like we're missing a section of the student body when we don't have another person here to discuss that. So as long as you're willing to be present and active in these discussions that we have at council, like that is super ideal, even if you don't know all the logistics of how council works. I think all of us here on council are very, very willing to help aid in the transition that Jessica, Fernando, everyone at ASUCLA will kind of start. So yeah.
Thank you, Sachi, for that. I just also wanted to hop in, like 1 to 2 ideas. I feel like you can for sure accomplish more than that if you like wanted to. But like you said, there's such a tough. Actually, you're right. 1 idea is good. I'm thinking about like staff and all of that. 1 idea is really good. Promise.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that like I think in a ideal candidate, um, because like we are in a pandemic and like it is winter quarter and we're already in week 2 and we're probably not we're hoping to shoot for an appointment week 4, that it's going to be really important like that they do have at least a little bit of understanding of what their like abilities are in the position, like what the position is, because I don't think it would be fair of us to allow someone to throw themselves into this like and not realize like how much or what they're actually signing up for, um and like because it is a lot and it is also just so far in. So I think a candidate that is like realistic and about their goals and realistic and understanding kind of like the situation would be quite ideal. And also someone with like a very like at least a basic understanding, um, because it's going to be tough, especially right now, to like fully get someone to understand everything. Like they need to come in with at least a little bit of footing, um, and I think that's like the kindest thing we can also do for bringing anyone into this position, is to like at least give them a little bit of a footing.
I agree. I also think that we should be wary of I I know we said maybe appointing someone who has thoughts to run next year, but I think we should be careful, very careful about playing with any elections dynamics. Um, yeah, we should just keep that in mind. I don't think that we should explicitly ask like, do you want to run next year? But we should keep that in mind. I would almost prefer for them to be like a 4th year, someone who has, I don't know, like who does have a commitment to do good, but also won't necessarily use this as a stepping stone. Sachi?
Yeah, just on that, like, I mean, as much as it is an opportunity to like learn and grow for potentially running for USAC in the future, it just, I feel like I wouldn't want someone to come into this role and be like self-interested. Like, I feel like given the timeline and just given the situation, like an ideal candidate would be someone that's here because they're passionate and here because they want to represent their community and the student body, and like not necessarily here because they're looking to be in a position in the future, you know?
Right. Thank you, Sachi. Okay. Well, seems like good conversations all around. It seems like we have a solid plan. I don't want to keep going on about this conversation if we're all on the same page. So, are we good to conclude here? Cool. Okay, I see thumbs up. Awesome. So, let's get started on yet another council-wide task. Thank you everyone for your participation in this. Okay, moving on to our last item on the agenda, we have the USA election code. Alfred, are you here?
Yes. Okay. Before I start, I just want to ask council, how do you all want to proceed about this? Do I just like, I'll just like present the slide of the amendment and then a vote happens, or because I already explained about the like the reason why I want the amendment the last time, and I've already like went through like 2 rounds of reviews with everyone, so I'm just wondering how everyone wants to do this.
I think in council you can feel free to give suggestions, but I don't think we want to see like slide by slide. I feel like maybe sharing the Google Doc that we were all working on, and then council can take a few minutes to read it one more time, and then we can have a conversation from there. If people have specific questions about specific guidelines, maybe we can do that instead. Aiden, what do you think?
I was going to say, yeah, maybe we can take 1 or 2 minutes to review it one final time. But for the things that we agree on, we should probably vote on earlier. Maybe on the non-substantive, just proceed directly to a vote if people don't have issues with that.
That would be very lovely.
Okay, so, oh, promise?
I just wanted to ask, are the each one that we're going to be voting on, are they going to be like displayed somewhere, or are we going to have to just follow along on the doc ourselves?
Alfred?
I put the link for our drive for our like the document that we've been working on in the chat. I think when you go there, you'll see all of them.
Alfred, if you want, it might be best for you to share the screen, and then what we can do is,
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
yeah, share the screen, and for now, go to non-substantive changes. Do not need much discussion.
All right.
And maybe we
Here
can
we
just,
are.
yeah, maybe folks can just read through very quickly, see if there's anything major, and then if I can get a motion, and we can approve those at least. Jessica, can we like approve them like piece by piece like this?
Yeah, I mean, you can. Sometimes I feel like that just takes a much longer time. So another alternative would be, to review a chunk of them and then approve a chunk together, and then just save the ones where there's going to be a lot of discussion for the discussion portion. But I mean, if it's easier for you all to go one by one, you can. It's just going to take much more time to, take a motion and then a vote on each specific section.
Okay. Well, there's 3 sections that Alfred has outlined. We were going to do it by 3 chunks.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Okay.
Just when you're articulating it for the minutes, just make sure that you're clear on which section that you're voting on so that we can record it properly.
Okay. Okay.
For clarification, Jessica, when you say section, do you mean like 2.7.1G or do you mean non-substantial changes?
Yeah, I just mean like if you're gonna approve, an entire section, I think I don't know what the section headers are. Maybe Alfred, you can kind of say what the major ones are. But yeah, you could say like, approving, all changes in section 2, all changes in section 4, however the headers are. That's fine.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Do you want me to read that into the minutes right now or when it happens?
No, yeah, just for the vote. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I'll say it after the vote or before the vote?
Before.
Okay.
Okay, so can council take like 2 minutes to just look through these non-substantive changes? and I will check back in literally at 10:21. Or actually, once you've reviewed and you feel comfortable, just raise your hand. Okay. Oops, sorry. Just a reminder, I'm sure you all are still reading, but if once you approve of these changes or once you're finished reading, you can raise your hand.
If I do have a comment or something, do I say it now or like, are we
Yes.
gonna? So do I say it now?
Yeah, you can say it now.
Okay, so it is on the transition director. In the further discussion changes. So it's 2 points. The first one isn't some of, or like most of what the transition director is doing is like a redundancy of what the chair is supposed to do. Like um, all appointment, like USAC appointments, including the a board chair should like smooth help in the transition and basically provide documentation and everything to whoever like is gonna take over. So isn't that basically part of the job of the chair? And so like having an additional person uh, might be unnecessary. And then the second point is the stipend. So is this gonna be a stipend position? How much is that? And from where will it come?
Wait, Bacher, what section is that in?
In the further discussion section.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Okay, sure. I mean, like, okay, it's the next page literally, but yeah.
We're doing non-substantive changes first. Okay. So I think everyone's done reading for the most part. We can all lower our hands. If no one has any amendments or anything that they want to say about the non-substantive changes, someone can make a motion.
I motion to approve the non-substantive changes presented to us by the Elections Board Chair to the Election Board.
I second.
Election Code.
Okay.
Still seconding, yeah.
Okay, great. Aiden motions, Emily seconds. IVP?
Yes.
EVP?
Yes.
Actually, wait a minute. Before we continue with the vote, so sorry. Alfred, did you want to read which sections those are? Like, do you want to just say like 12.11?
Okay, sure. So the non-substantive portions, changes of the election code are 12.1.1, 2.3.3, 2.3.4, 2.7.1.g, 2.11.1, 5.2.2.c, 4.7.2, 2.2.2, 2.7.1.i, 2.7.1.g, 2.10.1, 2.7.1.a, 4.8.1.e, and 8.1.4.
Okay. Carrying on. Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Percent? Yeah.
CAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yeah.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Right, yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes, and the first round of non-substantive changes to the elections code has been amended or approved. Jessica, just for clarification, when you say this way is fine, the way that he did it the first time or the reading the numbers?
Yeah, so basically just by saying like we're approving all the not like the non-substantive changes, including sections, and then Alfred listed them all out. That's totally fine because we, as long as we have this document, we know which sections you all are approving. That part just needs to be clear for the minutes, so we have record of what was changed from last year's E-code to this year.
Got it. Okay. Aiden?
I motion to approve the time-sensitive changes as presented to us by the Elections Board Chair for the election code.
Actually, before we go into voting, I would want the rest of council to be able to look through and make sure. Just because some council members took quite a while, so I want to make sure that they're good. Aiden, we know that you were on it, and we thank you for it. Okay, just want to make sure. I'm gonna wait like one more minute and then ask for a motion. Or if anyone has questions. But we'll do a motion first. Or actually we'll do questions first. Okay, seems like we're good. Okay, does anybody have any questions about this, about any of these clauses that have been added or changed? Okay. Feel free to put your hands down. So actually, I know who's asking a question. Okay. Promise, do you have a question?
Oh no, I was raising my hand to say I was done. My bad.
Awesome. A motion.
I motion to approve this time sensitive changes to the election board code.
I second.
Okay. Promise motions, Breeze seconds. IVP?
Should we read them? I
No,
don't know.
you don't need
Oh,
to.
yeah. Okay. Let me.
We don't need to. It's I was just asking because we did last.
Do you want me to read it? I mean, okay, sure. Yeah, so these are the time sensitive changes. 3.2.3 5.1.2.8.2 11.1.2 5.2.2.g 5.2.1 10.3.1 3.2.3 2.13.7 1.2 and 2.3.8.
Okay, great. Alfred, for the next ones, you really don't have to read them. Thank
All
you.
right, I will not.
Sorry, I might have said no, but you might have not. I mean, I said no, but I don't think you heard me. So, but it's fine. It's okay.
Okay.
That's great. Anyways, back to the vote. IVP,
Yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes, and I'm sorry.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
HAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes, sorry, I didn't know my mic turned back on.
CSC, CSC,
Yes.
ooh, FAC.
Yes.
Awesome. FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 13 to 0, the motion passes and the time-sensitive changes are approved. Thank you, Alfred. Okay, now on to the further discussion section. How about everybody reads through them? Reading through them doesn't necessarily mean that you're like 100% okay. Wait, what are these remove/pending?
Don't consider them for now. I may bring that up next week, but this is, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So don't consider those. Remember, raising hand just means that you've been able to read through them. I'll ask again for y'all to raise your hands for questions. I know when I heard next week, I was like, damn, but it's okay.
Wait, as a clarifying question, did Alfred mean not to consider these election changes tonight and to discuss them next week, or not to consider the ones that have comments or are clicked, say pending?
The removed/pending considerations, this provision, this section will not be it will not be considered today.
Okay, thank you.
Alfred, maybe you can address Bucker's point about the transition director while everyone else reads through the discussion changes.
Yeah, I think like for an office as important and as huge as the elections board, and the amount of crazy work that the chair has to do, I think it's a little bit, I think it's sensible that the election board at least has a transition director, if not a transition team, because the election board chair cannot just like focus so much on transition for the next year. Throughout the entire election cycle, a lot of the documents, they must be collected, they must be archived, the different strategies must also be archived, also be recorded to make it easier for the next chair. So I would strongly disagree with Bakor that this is redundant. Like I certainly for one do not have time to always go around like preparing this, archiving this. I already have so much on my plate. And I think a transition team for the elections board is very long overdue. So I wouldn't say at all that it actually overlaps in any way. I think also that like chairs should not be like mandated to help prepare for the transition of the next chair too, because there can also be chairs who decide not to help out for the like for their successors. And like if they decide not to help out their successors, then their successor basically has nothing else to stand on. So I don't think it should be on the chair to ensure a transition, but it should definitely be on the chair to direct what items and what provisions and what things need to be included in transition materials to make it easier for the next chair. I think that's a much more reasonable thing to do.
I wanted to hop in here and say that I don't necessarily disagree with Fokker, and I don't disagree with Alfred either. I think a transition team is important, but I do question whether or not that person will serve as like someone who is capable of transitioning if one, they're not the e-board chair, and also if they're a student just like yourself, because of the fact that like the point of transitions is that you're passing down knowledge, and who better to pass down knowledge than the chair themselves. And I also think too, the way our ASUCLA team supports us, they support us in our transition. So I'm also wondering if there's room here to, like, now that I'm hearing Bakker's concerns, is there room here to like align what eBoard does with like the transition packets that we're supposed to do at the end? And I'm kind of pointing to like Fernando and Jessica right now, maybe even Patty. Like, is there room to merge those? Does it have to be a whole director position? What do you think of that, Alfred?
I think personally, I think if like ASUCLA can provide that much needed like support for for the elections board, I don't um I'm just before I answer that question, Naomi, I'm just curious how much support does like elected officers get when they do get elected for transition? Like what do you receive by ASUCLA?
Right. Jessica or Fernando, do you all want to answer that? Or Patty, how it's been in the past?
Yeah, so essentially with council transitions, whenever we get incoming officers, you know, there's like a standard onboarding packet that we provide that has all of the info, more so on, you know, hiring paperwork and critical information to their office, information on the bylaws, just general things to get going. So I do want to note that Chris is, you know, the primary support role for eBoard. um you know, just as Orlando directly supports JBoard. So that's kind of your continuity connection. But you know, the way that we have supported prior eBoard chairs in the past is mainly, you know, helping them obviously with the hiring, because we do support that through SGA, and then you know, helping with the website, and linking that through the USAC website and those kinds of things. So I definitely want to put out there that if there is some sort of transition doc or transition binder that this current eBoard wanted to create, we are happy to house that for you all so that we can kind of maintain a copy. And then similarly, you know, Chris should have a copy as well. But if you just need somewhere to store the materials and help support that, we're happy to do that. And then, yeah, we try to, you know, with eBoard and with JBoard, it's a little bit more indirect for us than our support that we give directly to the elected officers, because there's more support coming from Seoul. But we're definitely happy to team up with them and see how we can make it more robust and make it more informational and useful to election board. So for sure, happy to have that conversation and chat with Chris too and see how we can better support you going forward.
Just like I would just like to also say to everyone here that being an elections board chair, the election board requires like a bunch of like really I guess like very specific institutional knowledge, just like commission. So like definitely if like a much more direct transition process is provided, that would be then this may not be then this may not be necessary. But I do want at least like I do want the chairs, like future chairs, my successors, to be able to have access to every information that's relevant about elections board, including like some like how they like conducted campaign guidelines, including how they structured different documents, including how they handled like the signature collection process, the debates, every single thing. I think that will be very helpful for prior like future chairs, just because the work that elections board does is very different and institutionally specific. But yeah, I would just like to add that. Naomi, are you calling on people?
No, not yet. I was taking in what you said. And I think if anything, like I think it is worthwhile for you to try this out for this election cycle. And if it doesn't work out, or if it's like redundant and you're like, I actually did all the work, then you could come back and fine tune it and just take it out. What does council think about that, Bacher? Or Alfred, sorry. Alfred, then Bacher.
Sorry, Naomi, did you say take it out?
No.
Like take it out as in take this out for now and then come back later with a transition director. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean the opposite. You like we can leave it, and then if you realize it's redundant, then you can take it out at the end of the election cycle.
Okay, so it's like proposing an amendment at the end, like saying that a transition director is no longer okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Yes, because it's just a case that like many election board chairs get really sick of e-board after elections end. So like, and it's often that like after the elections end, they don't even want to touch elections anymore, and they just like go out of there. So like for sure, like I'll come back at the end after the elections are done and recommend whether this be removed or kept, if
Beautiful.
that satisfies everyone.
Okay. And then Bacher?
Yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, it's worth trying. But like just as Josh and like I also said earlier, is it gonna be stipended? And if yes, like from where we're gonna give the money? Because like the sixth committee that was like slashed out, and the the money was given to the existing directors. So I don't know if eBoard has funds for that or not.
That I think that would come from a surplus request that I would make of council, and I would need probably one of council members' sponsorship for that. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you would, Alfred. I would be happy to partner or to bring it forward if you just did all the logistical stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Emily, are you raising your hand? Okay. Go ahead. Are you not raising your hand? Oh,
Sorry,
you're
this unmuting business is confusing because I'm like speaking on my phone. So oh my god, sorry, it left my brain. Oh, there, it's back. So I'm looking at the first of all, I just want to say I think a transition director is a good idea. I'm thinking about myself like as IVP and how I like cannot handle like some of the logistics in my office. Like I need it to be passed down to the folks who work for me. So I support, like if you believe that you need support, especially during a virtual election, I do support it. My question is, I'm seeing that it says that they will be appointed week 1 of spring quarter, and for the stipend, does that mean like it'll like they're not working along with the elections board throughout the year, right? It would just be spring quarter. So they'll only be paid for their spring quarter work.
Yeah, they will be only paid for the spring quarter until the formation of the next executive committee.
Thank you, Alfred.
Beautiful. Any other questions? Bacher, I saw on the doc that there was a question that you had. I saw something that says, what does this mean?
Oh, I just didn't really get what the language was saying. Um, it says like 24 hours then and like after the second day, so I wasn't really sure which one or like what does this supposed to mean. But so yeah, I was just looking for a clarification.
Jessica had something to say, I think. Her
Please.
hand is up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out really quickly that with this transition director, if you're only having them appointed for spring quarter, the end of their appointment is really contingent on the next council appointing an e-board chair, and that e-board chair then filling all of the director positions, which is a pretty tight turnaround. And just from past experience, it's very unlikely that the incoming council is ready to appoint an election board chair like immediately after getting transitioned into office. So you may just want to consider, extending it through the summer and into fall, to give time for those appointments to happen. And you can be stipended over the summer. It would just be a reduced rate if there is work to do over the summer. But really, like, the work of the transitions director is not going to start until the new board is formed. So just something to keep in mind that, that's going to kind of impact the term and the duration and the pay that's needed.
What about like, oh yes, like, promise?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about that because I'm seeing the 2.3.1 that change, which is that the e-board chair would be nominated in at the end of spring elections. Is that correct? Is that so? Essentially, yeah, kind of like what Jessica is saying. Like, um, it's kind of hard because like we would have like appointments review. It took a couple weeks, right, to like kind of start getting us together too, and like just like the different infrastructure and like the new council would have to be transitioned and like ready to kind of know what this is or like know what like how to effectively like do this. So I guess like yeah, we also have biweekly meetings. And it's also like kind of like a really, especially I think it says in spring quarter. Um, I think it's hard, especially because like it's the end of the quarter and like finals and midterms and everything. So I think I agree that having the election board's chair appointed sooner would be helpful. But I think if you're looking to appoint a transition director to make the transition a lot smoother and easier, I think like the timeline for when the election board chair is appointed should and can be um, pushed into the summer.
Patty, yes.
Just the one other thing to consider if you are adding a stipend in position, this will have impacts on the overall budget. So how your SCOF works essentially is your remaining fund after all of your overhead expenses and your restricted allocations to the various funding bodies. So that's that 1,000 plus a little bit of the remainder. So as you add additional costs to your overhead, that does impact your remainder. So there, just keep that in mind as something to consider. And I did want to echo Jessica, if this is something that you're feeling that you need additional support with transition, again, we're here to support as administration and to also work with Soul and Chris. I know the election board works closely with Chris in transitioning the election board and to kind of have that historical documentation of years past. So if there are informational packets, we're also happy to support that. But yeah, whatever you all decide to move forward with, I just wanted to give that information.
Yeah, so just like to answer Promise's question, the reason why I think the elections board chair should probably be appointed earlier is it often takes a lot of time to plan a lot of these like strategies and because strategies for the entire year, because if we're looking at a very narrow scope of what an election board chair is, that's just running the elections, then that's just spring. But honestly, an elections board chair has a lot more planning to do than that. Their role and like is much bigger than what their institutional like safeguards is saying. Like they're also responsible for increasing awareness of USAC. They're also responsible for recruiting candidates to advertise information about candidate packets, and I think they're also responsible just from the get go on how to run even special elections if there are any. So there is a lot of things that an election board chair has to do and has to know that I think that's why it's important that they are appointed a lot earlier than just like in late fall or in winter, because then I think that's way too late for the chair. Second thing is like I feel like if maybe if this transition director is causing some logistics problems, what we could do instead is potentially have like a like a chief of staff position to the elections board chair, and that chief of staff would be a student that can stay on, that must be able to complete the term until the next chair gets appointed, and that chief of staff would also be responsible for more of the logistic stuff, and the chief of staff will be responsible for the transition alongside with ASUCLA. And I think that could also be another compromise that could be made. But if this transition director is causing logistical issues here or redundancy issues, because if it's a chief of staff, then the chief of staff can definitely, I think, work around, can provide can have much more work to do and provide more transitional support in that way. I don't. What do you all think about that?
I wanted to quickly comment. So I saw backwards message, and yeah, it does say summer quarters. I missed that. Um, but I think is the transition director not kind of acting as the chief of staff, or like what you just kind of described, or is that already because I think Emily also mentioned that like it says that it's until the next executive committee is like fully appointed. So they would be staying till the fall.
Yeah, and that
Is that
like yeah, so like right now I think the way I like structured the transition director is only to start in spring, where they can start collecting information about debates and all that stuff, like the more like core part of elections, and then they can pass on that information. But if we want to have instead a chief of staff, then the chief of staff would be appointed like when the new chair is also appointed, stay with the chair until the election ends and stay through after the elections end until the next chair. So that would be like I guess like a longer appointment than everyone else. But I think, but then like Naomi said, like, you know, the chief of staff may even want to run for office. So it's like um, they may want to be the elections board chair. So I think that may also cause some problems. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing that I'm trying, the main issue that I really want to fix here is because I do not believe that there is a continuity between elections. Many elections board like get really tired after the elections. There's so much planning to do that it's just crazy. So I think like what I'm really trying to do here is just to ensure that there's continuity and that knowledge is passed down from year to year. If there's any other way that we can work around this, I'm very down to like work with everyone, but that's just my main goal. Um, no, I would not say my transition was smooth. Navi just checked out after he Navi checked out after he ran the elections, and basically I had to like kind of pick all the pieces up and scavenge around for everything basically all over again.
Um, I wanted to kind of just pitch in, I guess, not necessarily like an idea, because um, having a transition director, I think like the nuance of like kind of like having this entire change in the code might be why this is like being a lot harder than it should be. But I was gonna say that it is like this is something you can delegate to someone, um, and like hire someone specifically for, which I think makes sense. And like having, um, I guess having this specifically into the e code ensures that every year some like this is taken care of. Um, but yeah, have like kind of like having a set of transition documents that get passed on and they get added to. Um, I think is that what you're going for? Like, is that what you're essentially like, you're just trying to make sure institutional knowledge gets to the next person and that they have resources to actually have a smooth transition.
Yeah, that's the main thing that
Right.
like I'm trying to work for here. And also potentially like now that I do think of like now that like like e-board would definitely also like if would benefit from like the chair would benefit from having someone assisting the chair in like a lot of things that the chair has to do. So if that is also like possible, I mean that could also be another like plus one on top of the institutional knowledge passing down and the resources too. So like
Right.
I
So
guess
they would be
yeah, go ahead.
hired through the tenure of the like e like the e-board what's it called, the season, and like they're kind of tenured through the entire year essentially, because they would be working as an active like chief of staff, I guess. And like one of their responsibilities is to just collect this information essentially.
Yeah, it's like this would become like a part of the broader scope that the chief of staff would do. Because like the elections board does not have a chief of staff position, so the chair is really having to like every single thing like is on the chair.
Okay. Um, if possible, Alfred, it seems like folks seem to still have some questions about this logistically, and it seems like to be the only thing that's kind of holding the group up. Um, what if I also wanted to note to our office, part of our job this year and part of what we want to do with the appointments team is make sure that we can have a smooth transition. I plan to, whoever the next president is, I plan to work with you to make sure that that transition happens. I was transitioned very well. Sorry to brag for others who weren't, but I know that you probably weren't, and I want to make sure that that happens for you and for the next e-board chair too. So how about we take a week, period breeze, how about we take a week to discuss, and then maybe since you're already coming back next week, we can bring the same one back after we discuss it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean definitely we can shelve this for now and come back next week, um but like I also want to point out like that like potentially like if I can also receive the feedback a little bit early and about these changes, because these changes were sent out to everybody for a long time. So So I think, but yeah, I can definitely wait until next week and we can talk. But like Naomi, like the thing about like transition is right, like even if you can ensure the transition of the next chair, it's very dependent on you, as like you're the on the person to do that. And but what I want is more like an institutional um guarantee that at least like the chair doesn't have to walk all that like lonely path to like basically like figuring out like to fit into the shoes of being an election board chair, if you know what I
Okay.
mean.
Well, I mean, what we can do then is just when we bring it to a vote, if folks feel comfortable, then you vote yes. And if you don't, then you vote no. And let's just keep it. That way we
um
don't have to work
I
for the
mean,
vote.
sorry, I think I can't like, I mean like I'm gonna be presenting like two like several other like important changes next week, so I can work on this, and I can make this a chief of staff position. And then we can talk about it next week too if people want that. um
No, let's just please vote on it tonight.
I just want to ask like a quick clarifying question. Because I guess like I'm kind of confused why like it's because I understand like putting it in the E code, like it's important and like it is very like this is like transition like institutionalizing the fact that there's going to be some like a part of eBoard that does transition the next set. So I'm confused, like, and I think most people agree on that. So I'm kind of confused why it's like, I don't know, like, why is it such a large deal? Search it up. Okay. Yeah.
Emily, can you say more?
Yeah, please.
I think it, sorry, I just randomly said that, but I think some of the bigger differences is that it's new and so it's good to lay out the duties um in a concrete form. And then second of all, the rest of the staffers and the directors are appointed really early in the year so that they can work throughout the year. Whereas the transition director, it looks like needs is going to be a fresh spring quarter. Their job is to follow Alfred around and make sure that information gets to the next chair, you know? And so I think it is valuable to just lay them out here. I mean, he's done all the work. There's no harm in having it laid out. And so I am personally myself ready to vote.
No, yeah, I agree. I think that there should be changes though, and it should be like it should starting in the next year be an appointment that happens at the beginning of the year if they're going to be collecting like knowledge and doing this for transitions for future years and like starting at the beginning. I think so that and they're there the entire time would make a lot more sense. But for this year, having them start in the spring, if that can be written in, I think.
I I would yeah,
Maybe
I can agree with that. Like the reason why I wrote it like spring particularly was like more like it's also this year too, and I was like kind of more concerned that council would be more antagonistic towards like a entire year stipended like position compared to like more of a shorter term position. But like if like if you want to the appointment to start like from my appointment too, like that's fine with me.
Okay. Again, I don't want to take any more time. So if you are not comfortable with what's on the vote or what we're going to be voting on, then I would just rather you vote no, and let the record reflect that than us belabor these points because we're going in circles over one change. So Alfred, it is up to you whether or not you will have this on, if you'll allow this to be called to a vote. But are there any more questions on any other points, or are y'all ready to vote?
Um, there is still the comment on on the like uh on the language. Okay, which point? Yeah, and 1141. Just like a clarification of what that phrase mean, because it says shall be made by 24 hours on the second official school day the following said decision. So is it like what does that exactly mean?
Sorry, my bad. There we go.
Okay.
I'm going to motion now if that's okay with everyone. I
Second.
motion to approve the further discussion changes to the election code.
I second.
Okay, Emily motions, Sachi second. I will go down the list. IVP,
Yes.
EVP,
Yes.
Gen Rep 2,
Yes.
Gen Rep 3,
Yes.
AAC,
Yes.
CEC,
Yes.
CAC,
Yes.
CSC,
Yes.
FAC,
Yes.
FSC,
Yes.
SWC,
Yes.
TSR,
Yes.
ISR.
Yes.
Awesome. By a vote of 13-0, the motion passes, and the what is this called? The further discussion changes have been approved. Thank you, everyone, for engaging in that conversation.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone, for passing the changes. It has been a pleasure walking everyone through.
Great, Alfred. So I think we'll expect to see you next week again with some more changes.
Yes. So next week it's more like urgent situations in terms of in cases of emergencies, and just finance rules. But that's it. Like that should not take longer than 30 minutes, I think.
Okay. And just to ask a quick question, when are you going to be bringing forward the election calendar?
Um, I think um, I think if is Dr. Geller still on the call?
No, she's not.
Okay. So I am actually looking to bring the election calendar by like before week 7, but I feel like everyone wanted the election calendar to be presented, I think, before the application packets are out. Um
I would say
Yeah, you need to have your election calendar approved before you send out packets so that candidates know what the due dates are and what the deadlines are for all of the, especially if you have any activities that are required attendance to be eligible to run, then candidates need to know that when they get their packets before they sign up.
Okay, because like when Navi did it, like I think he approved the calendar like after the packets were approved, like packets were released. That's why I was a little bit confused on the timeline. And the election code said it as long as it's done before week 7. So but I can still like bring it up beforehand. It's just like I already have all the dates anyways. I just need to finalize them. So would everyone want me to bring you that on week 4? Like week 4, yeah. Week 4.
I think that would be best, Alfred, because I'm also thinking too, whenever we know we're going to run, there's always a calendar. And the only reason I think Navi was granted that flexibility was because it literally, like, he had to change the whole calendar right in the middle because the pandemic had shifted. I think that was, now that I'm recalling, I think that was why. But I think what Jessica's saying is like the precedent has been set, that it happens usually before.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. I can present the election code, the election calendar. It should. We already have basically everything planned out.
Okay, great. Beautiful. Awesome. So with that being said, that was our last item on the agenda. Thank you everyone for tonight's conversations. I'm concluding this meeting at 11:08 p.m.
The recording has stopped.